to the 2022 British National Championships. We are delighted to be here in Manchester, hosting this event for a record 25th time. Today is quarter-final day, and what a lineup we have for you. 4 matches coming up in this afternoon session, followed by another 4 quarter-finals later this evening. And it's ladies first this afternoon, so let's not hold them up any longer. Our first player onto court is 27 years old, from Ipswich, currently ranked 88 in the world. Please welcome Kimberly. And her opponent in this quarterfinal is the #1 seed, representing Wales, currently ranked 21 in the world. Please give a warm welcome to Whitlock. Kimberly, 27 years old, from Ipswich. Anna is a graduate of Trinity University in the US.
Well, hello and welcome to the British National Championships. It's quarter-finals day here in Manchester. You are joining us live from the National Squash Centre. 8 matches coming up for you today, starting off with the #1 seed Emily Whitlock up against England's Kimberly. They'll be followed by Cortese, Malik and Joel Makin. Cortese Malik was ruthless in his match yesterday. Mead is playing the #3 seed Hutton. Patrick Rooney, who overcame a scare yesterday, is up against Lobban of Scotland. And then we go into the evening session. Grace Gear up against Lucy Turmel, renewing their rivalry from juniors. El-Shorbagy, the Beast, is up against Nick Wall, who was in fine form yesterday against Sam Todd. Cortese, the #4 seed, against Lucy Beecroft, the #5 seed. And the last match of the day should be a belter. James Willstrop, the marksman, up against the #4 seed, Adrian Waller. So we're just going to have a little look at the draw and how it pans out, how these quarterfinals are set up. See Emily Whitlock at the top there with Kimberly. Whoever wins there will go through to face either Mead or Hutton, and then in that bottom half, Cortese and Lucy Beecroft fighting for a place to play against Grace Gear or Lucy Turmel. So just to have a little look at the shape of the draw. We're going to focus on our first match here. It is Kimberly against Emily Whitlock. Kimberly, she's number 88 in the world. She's been as high as 68. There's a lot of pedigree. She graduated from Trinity, so she went to college in America. From Essex. Very tall player. Good ball control, Kimberly. Very accurate with her squash. She came through in fine style yesterday, winning 3-love in 26 minutes against Katie Cox. That was on the traditional court though, so this is her first outing on the glass, although she will have been practicing, I'm sure. Well, Kimberly is up against #1 seed Emily Whitlock. Emily Whitlock, currently number 21 in the world. Her highest was back in October 2017 when she was number 12 in the world. Lives in Colwyn Bay, of course represents Wales. She's got her coach and father, Phil Whitlock, here with her, supporting her as ever. She wants to finish this season strongly. It's a great opportunity to do so. She came through 3-love against Alison Thompson yesterday. Well, joining me for these first 5 matches today is Simon Clark.
Good afternoon, Drew Boy. Looking forward to all of the matches, all the quarterfinals. Always a good day at the British Nationals.
Yeah, it's a great day, quarterfinals day.
Yeah, I noticed Phil Whitlock there, sat in his usual place down the backhand wall.
Yep, the purist.
Do you think he's aware of anything that goes on the other side?
I reckon he sees everything.
Well, he's moved now.
Yes, because he's gone to coach or speak
Yeah.
to Emily Whitlock,
it's
because of course these aren't PSA rules, these are England squash rules.
Absolutely.
So the players are allowed to be coached in between games. You can see Lucy Turmel, training partner of Anna Kimberly, going to speak to her before the start of this match.
Do you like the rules, the PSA rules, as they stand? Or?
You know what? I thought I wouldn't like it, and I thought I'd be very much pro coaching in between games and stuff, but I actually really like the dynamic and what it brings, to be honest. I know there's a lot of players that don't like it, but I quite like the idea of the players, you know, working it out themselves, and I just think it adds another dimension to the whole thing, and you see the level of understanding of players and how they're adapting as matches unravel. So as a show and as a story, I quite like it. If I was a player, I'm not sure if I would, but I prefer it, and I didn't think I would.
Sure.
Level.
So it's going to be Anna Kimberly to start off this match.
Well, Anna Kimberly has never had a win against Emily Whitlock in their 3 meetings. First meeting was in the juniors, actually, way back in 2013, British Junior Open. Since then, they played a couple of times, 2019 and then 2020 in this event 2 years ago.
Hand out 1 love.
Was that 3-1?
That was they were all 3-love, actually. Quite convincing, all about half an hour in duration.
Out. Full.
Well, it's not very often we see Whitlock
And
serving out.
Full. Yeah. Hit the line. Afraid not.
You see it go out? I haven't got my glasses on.
No, I wasn't actually looking then. I was watching you, talking to you.
That's good. You're concentrating on my rubbish.
Yeah, your fault. You distracted me.
Throw to Whitlock.
Tight ball from
Hand out
Whitlock.
2-1.
Will she go for another lob serve here?
Definitely.
Definitely. She's setting herself up there nicely. It's better.
Yeah, she absolutely nailed that. It's perfect. It's all going to be about ball control for Kimberly. She's going to have to hit good quality targets. She's going to have to dictate the pace. She's going to have to be very accurate taking the ball in short.
Hand out 2-all.
See, Whitlock slow balling Kimberly up and down the wall here, going with that pace. I'd expect Whitlock to actually try and inject a bit of pace against Kimberly.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and you probably know a bit more about Kimberly than I do, but she seems like a pretty accurate player who likes that kind of game. So I think to be harried and rushed a little bit by Whitlock, I don't think she would enjoy that.
Yeah, I know a lot about Anna Kimberly. I worked with her from maybe, she was probably 11 or 12 years old until she was 19. She actually won the British Nationals under 19s.
Sure.
So then when she was 18, she then left and went to America, and then obviously spent 4 years there, and then stayed out there for a while to maybe 24 or so, and then came back, and then started working with her again.
Which college was she at?
Trinity.
Doing, a degree.
College stuff.
Playing squash, basically.
No, she's very bright. She's very clever.
Must be. It's great length from Whitlock.
Hand out 4-all. And out 5-4.
Nice accurate shot from Kimberly down the wall. Quite a tough rally. Those are very impressive targets from Kimberly.
6-4.
Started off with the boast and then followed it up with back-to-back shots. Playing well here so far. What a shot
Wow.
that was.
That was impressive.
5-6.
Whitlock just taking in how, drinking in how good her shot was. That she
Yeah.
enjoyed that one.
That was a great shot.
We certainly enjoyed it.
Well, you were off for the straight drop.
I was headbutting the front wall, a bit like Jerry Barrington.
Yeah, it's nice. Both of these two have been very accurate,
6-all.
taking the ball in short when they've had the opportunity.
Yeah, both pretty accurate players. Who did Kimberly beat in the final of the National Juniors? Who did she come through with when?
Lily Taylor.
Oh yeah.
That era of player with people like Lucy Beecroft, who we're going to see later on.
7-6.
Sure.
Alicia Mead as well. She's
Yep,
playing
she's
as well
playing.
today.
Yeah, she is. She's right after Joel Makin, I believe. Oh, how did she boast that? Ball was clinging to the sidewall.
7-all.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the most effective time, isn't it, to play a boast, is when your opponent thinks that you can't. Just sort of opened the racket face and jammed it against the wall.
Yeah, left her stranded.
I'll tell you what, both of these players are lifting the ball really well, and they're testing out the ball
And
control
out
of the opponent up high.
8-7.
It's quite nice to see.
Yeah, it's quite old school, isn't it? Who do you? I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. We have seen a little bit of squash to be able to sort of give an opinion. And it's quite open in the women's tournament. But who's your money on at the moment to take the title?
I would think. I mean, it is really open. I would say it's going to come down to who holds it together psychologically the best, because there's the pressure on, the expectancy on now that it's sort of opened up even more. There's going to be Whitlock's going to fancy her chances. She's going to want to win it. Turmel's got to fancy her chances. I'm sure she'll be thinking that she's right in there, and she's very consistent as well.
But what I want is one name from you.
Yeah, well, I think it's very open.
9.
Honestly, I don't.
It's hard. It is hard to call. I mean,
I
obviously
could
there's
guess.
Jazz
I could
Hutton.
guess a person.
Yeah,
but
give it a guess.
Why, have you got an opinion?
I think Whitlock's looking good, actually. Of those three, obviously they're pretty close. There's Jazz Hutton as well. We didn't mention.
No, well, you cut me off, didn't you? Because
Yeah.
I was going that way, and
Yeah.
then you cut me down, so
10-8.
I stopped.
Game ball.
2 game balls for Whitlock.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Whitlock. Who are you going to go for? I'm assuming it's one of those three.
I don't know, because you've got the danger of Beecroft as well in there. It's not,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a foregone that those three will
11-8.
sort of race through.
Game
Game to Whitlock.
Whitlock. Whitlock
I mean, I'll go on
leads.
consistency in terms of what they bring to the court. I'll probably go Turmel then, just to be a bit different from you. So first game, 11-8 for Emily Whitlock, #1 seed, playing some very good, accurate stuff, but being pushed all the way there by Kimberly.
Yeah, decent game between these two. You mentioned, Lee, that there was a lot of height used in this game, a lot of accuracy and precision, which is nice to see. Just Whitlock perhaps a little bit better to the front of the court when she got those opportunities. We're just seeing some highlights of her winners here that got her to that 11-8 win in the first game. Yeah, she's not had a great run recently, Emily Whitlock, but I'm going to go with her just because I feel that she might use this tournament to get some confidence back as #1 seed.
Yeah, and also she possesses a lot of pedigree, doesn't she, in terms of what she can do and the level she can operate at.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Whitlock leads. 1 game to love. Level.
So Whitlock starts off this second game.
One love. Hand down. 1-all.
It's a good cross court, running away from Whitlock.
What was Kimberly's current ranking? Did you say at the top?
88.
88.
Her high was 68.
Hand out. 2-1.
A couple of injuries, or just the COVID sort of slowing her down?
A few injuries. Lockdown and COVID really wasn't ideal for her because she wasn't able to get on court at all in that phase. You know, some players were signed off to be able to do it. She did in the end, and was going to Hertfordshire across there, which is obviously a bit of a trek from where she lives. So and she's someone that I think needs to be very active and playing lots of matches.
Keeping her eye in.
Yeah, so I don't think it wasn't ideal for anyone, but it affects some people slightly more than others, and I think it did. I thought she had good momentum and had a bit of, sort of was progressing just before lockdown quite well.
I know, it stopped her in the tracks a little bit. It's a shame. Looks like she's coming back well though. It's a nice attack there from Kimberly on the backhand side.
3-2.
Vying to get her first ever game off Emily Whitlock.
She was close, wasn't she, in that first game?
Yeah.
Hand out.
was a nice shot initially from Whitlock from the back of the court. It was just running nice and tight. It's quite awkward for Kimberly to get down to.
Get that feel around Whitlock playing here. It's very controlled and calculated what she's doing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think that's why I've picked her, because she was like that in the first match as well. And you don't become a bad player overnight. She was talking about, you know, struggling with some results, and you know, she's a class act, isn't she? And I feel like she likes this tournament. She's been to the final before, had some other good results, and she can really construct rallies very sensibly, and she's got a good squash IQ, Emily Whitlock.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's very clever in terms of the way she builds rallies and mixes it all up as well. Mixes the pace up, mixes the angles up, and also the long versus short.
Hand out 4-3.
It's good depth and width there from Kimberly, taking it nice and early. Good quality match this, to start the day off. Fantastic programme ahead as well with this quarterfinals day, the men's and women's.
Down 5-3.
Just didn't quite sink into that one enough, perhaps. So went for it, just sort of snatched at it a little. That's good serve from Whitlock. Set up the opportunity nicely there. Got that serve nice and wide. That's a beautiful shot from the back of the court from Emily Whitlock. Got herself nice and steady and still. Great footwork. Certainly a much tougher match already though than their previous 3 encounters. Well, Emily Whitlock just put her hand up there, wasn't sure about the pickup.
7-5.
It's become a moot point as she won the point anyway, but
Yes, left box.
just making the case known. So a slender lead here for Whitlock, but an important one. That's a good squeeze.
5.
There's a real composure about Whitlock at the moment, just taking her time between points. Really thinking about what she's doing on the squash court, the tactics. They're spot on at the moment.
Yes, left. 8-5.
Again, just absolutely spot on with that lob serve. Gets the
9-5.
winner from it. Just shows what you can create with a serve. Brilliant stuff.
Hand out 6-9.
Court coverage there by Kimberly.
Yes, left. 6-9.
Whitlock just slightly frustrated.
Hand out 10-6. Game ball.
4 game balls for Emily Whitlock. Well, that foot just slipping away from Kimberly. Which looks like she's absolutely fine, though.
Whitlock leads 2 games to love.
Another solid game executed well by Emily Whitlock, number 1 seed, 11-6 in the second, so she's 2 love up.
Yeah, another really good, solid game from Emily Whitlock. Anna Kimberly played a part, though. There was some good squash from her, forcing an error there in the back right corner. But again, it was Whitlock who took her opportunities a little bit better, especially to the front of the court and on the volley. There's a really good squeeze on the forehand side. She's serving immaculately. A short game is very, very precise. 2 love Whitlock.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Whitlock leads 2 games to love. Lovell.
That is a brilliant boast.
Well, it was behind her, wasn't it? The control this took off the side wall to be able to create that.
So good.
Really good, really impressive here from Whitlock. If she keeps this kind of form going, she's going to be very, very difficult to beat.
Just puts the ball in awkward places for the opponent.
1-1.
Yeah, Lucy Turmel, the number 2 seed, of course, on 5:30 today against Grace Gear, who's a friend and rival of hers. Used to play a lot in the junior days.
2-1.
Jazz Hutton, the number 3 seed, is on 3rd match against Alicia Mead. Some great matches today. Rushed that one, didn't she?
3-1.
Didn't quite get in position either. She was very front on when she played this, and of course if you're front on the forehand, it naturally brings the ball down. You can't get the shape that you need on the racket. You have to try and get your hips or shoulders round slightly, and then you can actually...
Yeah, you have to improvise, don't you?
You can shape the ball down where you need it to go then.
Great lob again.
I mean, it's just...
Hand out.
Like, Anna Kimberly must feel like she's having to shovel the ball out those back corners sometimes.
Yeah, when she's on it, Whitlock, she can be almost impossible to play. Do you remember that that time she beat Alison Waters, I think, 3-love in the British Open a few years ago?
Yeah.
It was pretty much flawless performance. It's very hard to do that every time, but...
Yeah, well, I remember when she was 2-love down against Amanda Sobey at Tournament Champions, and she suddenly started lifting the ball, and I mean, she won the next 3 games. She took out the home favourite, and I mean that was so impressive the way she did that. I mean, the first 2 were about typical Sobey style. They were over in sort of 15 minutes probably.
Sobey time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she can batter you, can't she, Sobey, when she's on form. She must have been a bit in shock to lose that match.
Yeah, just getting close. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean the turnaround was mightily impressive.
Yeah, left off.
Wow.
4-3.
Inch perfect again, that backhand volley boast this time.
Tell you what, she's got an incredible volley boast.
She does.
It's unbelievable.
I think that combined with the lobs is absolutely lethal.
Do you know anyone else that can play the volley boast like that?
Not really. She's got to play that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a generous let ball, I think.
On the yes let decision.
I mean, she's obviously wanting a stroke here, but she's just got to go and play that. It's one step. Knock it down the line, probably to a winner. If it's quite a loose shot from Kimberly.
I mean, looks like a lot of space when you look from behind. The ball is coming towards Kimberly slightly.
No less decision overall.
Yeah, that was my thought. You know, just go and play it.
You needed to go to the ball. The ball was on the right.
It was at her.
That's the reason.
Are you like promoting
That's the
danger?
reason. I want you to go to the ball, please, Miss Whitlock. Hand out 4-all.
Oh, she's just been playing absolutely brilliantly and concentrating really well. Emily Whitlock's just got to keep that going. You know, there's going to be 1 or 2 decisions that she doesn't agree with. Just refocus.
That's a brilliant shot.
Hand
I've watched her and Whitlock, well, as in Phil Whitlock, I've watched her and her dad practice, and they used to spend a lot of time cutting that kill across the court.
It's a great shot.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
It really is. And I know that Phil, in his younger days, used to practice a lot with Jonah Barrington, and that was a shot that he loved as well. And obviously being a lefty and really cutting the ball really low.
Yeah, being steep on it. Tell you what, I wish we had cameras on you there where you're doing your impression.
I'll show you later my impression of Jonah doing some ghosting.
It's that testing boast again, opening up the space.
Up it goes. Really putting Kimberly under a lot of pressure in that rally. Taking the ball nice and early while Kimberly scurries around in the back corner.
Yeah, she's hitting good areas. Oh, hopefully that's quite heavy. I think she's okay. It's going to be a winning shot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Whitlock did a lot wrong there, to be honest. It's just, I'm just glad that Kimberly didn't headbutt the side wall.
Yeah, she went down. I mean, I think this is a winning shot. She sets this up really nicely and then pounces on that volley.
Miss Kimberly, will you review?
I think she's definitely reviewing. She was waving at the referee for...
Usually means it's a review.
Onto it very early. Oh.
Ouch.
This is the angle, isn't it?
I think she sort of tripped slightly before she hit the foot of Whitlock. I don't know. I think she sort of lost her balance there. She sort of twisted as she, or just before she knocked Whitlock.
9-4, right.
I think that still should be a no let.
How did... I don't understand how the referee called the score and didn't give the decision. Nice accurate drop in. 6 match balls for Whitlock. Certainly got a game face on, Parky.
Yeah, again, just taking her time before she serves, really thinking about what she's going to do, her plans. Plans have been executed almost to perfection today. That's that volley boast again that you love. Yeah,
I do. It's out, unfortunately, for Kimberly. I have to say, Anna Kimberly played well there. She certainly played her part, tested Emily Whitlock there. Emily Whitlock was certainly up to the test. 34 minutes, 3-love for the #1 seed, who's safely through to the semi-finals. We're going to hear from Emily Whitlock. She is with Vanessa.
Emily, well played. Good performance, I thought, by Anna. Important to get your tactics right against her, not get stuck in those straight lines, use the angles well. We were very impressed. Well, the guys in commentary were impressed with the volley boast today. Seemed to be working well.
Yeah, that's something I get told off for doing, because normally it goes into the floor. But yeah, I hit it a little bit better today. I didn't feel too great when I woke up this morning, for whatever reason. And then that absolute shock of a decision just seemed to wake me up, and I just thought, I'm not going to lose another point. So I did. What a joke. It's just promoting dangerous play. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Well, moving on from that, yesterday we talked a little bit about your season. I just thought it was worth a mention. European Team Championships, obviously it was your first time playing for Wales, and the first time that Wales has ever made the final in the women's event at the European team, so that must have been a highlight for you.
Yeah, they should have got me on board sooner. No, it was good. It was a great week. You know, we did work really well as a team, and that's it really. It was just a really nice week. I wasn't sure. I mean, I've never been to a European teams before, despite what people think. So I was just happy to be there, and then to come away with a guaranteed medal, because obviously if you're playing for third, four, you don't get a fourth place medal. So to get a guaranteed medal was just brilliant. It's on my bedside table at home, just there. Happy memories. So yeah, it was really, really good.
Okay, so you are into the semi-finals now. You've been a runner-up here before, so obviously looking to go one further. Looking forward to that match tomorrow and enjoying your matches so far in the tournament so far.
Yeah, last year in the semi-finals, I played Sarah Jane Perry and lost 3-1 in I think the match was over an hour for a 3-1, and I played really well, and I just wasn't good enough that day. But I remember coming away from that match thinking, you are playing very well. It was a loss, but she went on to beat Gina 3-0 in the final, so I kind of thought, well, you've had the best result, you know, the second best result in the tournament, so it doesn't matter. Like I said yesterday, the seedings and the numbers are just where you're placed in a draw, so as long as you can get the win either way, instead of getting a good performance in this time round, then that'll be really great.
Okay, well, you are into the semis. Looking forward to that match tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see who you'll play in the second women's quarterfinal coming up later. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily Whitlock.
So fantastic performance there from Emily Whitlock, just giving us a little insight into her day and her thoughts. Anna Kimberly did play a part. She played some accurate stuff in this match, but was just a little bit outplayed. Didn't really have as much precision to the front of the court as Whitlock, and Whitlock deservedly goes through.
So first match down here on quarterfinals day. Number 1 seed safely through, Emily Whitlock. Fine performance by her. We've got another Welsh player coming up very shortly. It is Joel Makin, the number 2 seed. The Golden Tiger up against the up-and-coming Englishman, Cortese Malik, who's been in fine form. They're going to be on court very soon.
Our first men's quarter-final coming up for you next. And the first player onto court from Redhill in Surrey, 22 years old, currently ranked 83 in the world. Please welcome Cortese Malik. And standing in his way in this quarter-final, he's 27 years old, from Wales, our number 2 seed, currently ranked 7 in the world. Please welcome Joel Makin. So Cortese Malik, 22 years old, one of 3 members of the Malik family that have been competing in this event, coached by his father Cameron. And this is Cortese's first time at the Nationals, so a fantastic achievement to make it through to these quarterfinals. And this season he was the winner of 3 PSA Tour titles, as well as becoming the British Under-23 champion. And his opponent is, of course, Joel Makin, the defending champion here at the British Nationals. He first broke into the top 10 in 2020, and he's currently at his highest ever world ranking of 7. His biggest win to date came this year in April, where he took the title at the Manchester Open with a huge win against El-Shorbagy in the final. He came through 3-love against Charlie Lee in his first round. And this is the first meeting between these two, so no head-to-heads so far. Please give both players a warm welcome, Cortese Malik and Joel Makin. And your referees for this match, central referee is Lucy Townley and the video referee Steve Eccles.
Well, welcome back. We've got our second match of the day on courts. It's Cortese Malik, the number 11 seed, up against the Golden Tiger. Cortese Malik, tall, physically strong player. 83 in the world. He's at his highest world ranking, so he's a young English player on the rise, 22 years of age. One of the Malik crew, 3 of them playing here in this event. Cortese is the last one standing at the moment. He came through against Oscar Hill yesterday. Had a good win against Sam Todd in the PSL Cup final as well. It's good. He's good at constructing rallies. He's good at controlling the ball and putting the ball away, Cortese Malik, and he's not afraid to get stuck into players, so he'll be on there to test out Joel Makin. Well, Joel Makin, he's the number 7 in the world, his highest world ranking. Physically imposing player that's improving his all-round game as well. Beat Charlie Lee yesterday. It was a good game though. Charlie Lee played some high quality stuff, but Makin was still able to see it out 3-love in 45 minutes. Well, it should be a good contest. I'd like to see Malik really get stuck into Makin here, test him a bit, Parky.
Yeah, he's got no pressure on his shoulders. Of course, Joel Makin, the overwhelming favourite for this match, at least. And yeah, it's going to be a good test. There's been a few of those this week for some of the younger players. Some have passed with flying colours. Others perhaps just faltered a little.
Well, let's have a quick look at the men's draw and how it all pans out. You've got the beast, Mohamed El-Shorbagy, there, sitting at the top of the tree. He's playing Nick Wall. Then the winner of that will get Willstrop or Waller, which is going to be a huge match. And then they've got Scottish and Welsh interest in that bottom half. So Rooney, who came through a scare yesterday, up against Lobban. And then, of course, this match that we're looking at now. So we're at the bottom of the draw with this Cortese, Malik, Joel Makin matchup. So always nice to see the position that the players are looking to go into.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be Cortese Malik to start off this quarter-final match. Who's your favourite to win the men's tournament?
I think the man in your picture in the grey shirt, Joel Makin. I just think, I mean, he's capable of beating Mohamed El-Shorbagy anyway. It could be, I mean, it could be James Willstrop if he played a blinder. If it obviously gets through, both of them get through today. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with Joel Makin. Yourself?
Yeah, I mean, well, just to be different from you again, I'm going to go El-Shorbagy. Because I think, again, it's one of those ones where it's so tight to call.
Yeah, it's very possible, isn't it? I think it's definitely very possible that Mohamed, if he plays his best, could win the event, the #1 seed. I just think with Joel Makin being the defending champion as well, and such great form, he's starting to really enjoy it here in Manchester. Won the Manchester Open recently.
Yeah, his biggest win on the tour to date.
I think Patrick Rooney's going to have to pick up his game a little bit this afternoon against Greg Lobban.
Well, he should be a year wiser than he was yesterday, because it's his birthday today, Parky.
Ah, happy birthday, Pat.
So I'll be expecting a mature performance.
That's up. Thank you. Hand out. 1-0. Hand out. 2-1.
Talking of the men's draw, Waller Willstrop is going to be a really tough match, isn't it? The #4 and 5 seeds. It's going to be very close, that one, later this evening.
3-1.
Vanessa's not nearby at the moment. Who are you going to pick on that one, Waller or Willstrop?
Well, Waller's been playing really well. He's shown some good form, particularly in the Europeans. So I'd definitely have him. I'd have him as favourite for it. But when you look at the way Willstrop played yesterday, I think he's capable of beating anyone in the tournament.
Yeah, Yes, certainly. If they both play well, it's going to be a great match and a close match.
2-3.
He's absolutely thundered that into the tin.
4-2.
One thing I would say about Malik, he's got the capacity to win points and convert rallies, and you leave him loose, and he can hold the ball, and then he can hit outright winners. So you can't just leave him, and you can't let him get set on the ball.
A few errors from
there
Joel,
is.
isn't there?
Yeah.
You're not used to that from him, especially this early on in a match.
No, I agree. But what he does need to do is he needs to test out the movement of Malik. You know, he needs to test his range and get him into deep lunges. You know, that would be if there's a weaker area. That's the area you want to try and test out.
This is the first meeting between these two. 0-0, of course, in the head-to-head so far. Just an apology there from Joel Makin. Got slightly lucky early on in that rally and then managed to get that opportunity.
More like the Makin we've come to know and love.
Just hitting 0 tins. That's a great shot. Kept it unbelievably low on this volley.
Yeah, really flat. I like that. I like the late change. That's exactly the type of stuff I want to see Joel Makin working on when he's playing games. Very good.
Yeah, it's that variation that we were talking about and the precision to the front of the court. Definitely, you can see that it's something he's working on. It's a work in progress, whilst still being very successful on the tour. 7 in the world.
Quite clear enough there. That's a brilliant shot. Very good. This is exactly what I want to see from Makin. He's got 4 game balls in this first.
It's very difficult to read as well, wasn't it? As well as so precise, that backhand drop shot from Makin. But after a bit of a shaky start with some unforced errors, he's produced some really good squash in the middle and end of this first game.
Yeah, he put a really nice hold in there as well on that forehand. Cortese Malik thought that that ball's down, but I'm imagining Makin thought he got it because he's honest as the day is long. Just gets stuck in.
Yeah, nice finish in the end though from Malik to make sure.
Still 3 game balls. One error from Cortese Malik there. Got to work for it, Makin. 11 minutes, 11-7 to the number 2 seed.
A couple of strange unforced errors at the beginning of that game from Joel Makin, but then he got himself back together, started playing the squash that we expect from the Welsh number 1. Some really good attacking stuff as well, really accurate stuff from the middle and the front of the court, and was most of the time able to dominate his opponent. 1-0 Makin.
Makin leads 1 game to love. Lobban.
So a good effort, good first game from Malik. Can he do even better in the second game? Certainly hasn't been overawed by Joel Makin. There's that flick again, the change of direction. Joel Makin just experimenting here and there at the front of the court.
Sorry, double bounce there. Can we check the pickup on the...
No, it's definitely a double. You can see that straight away. Clear 2 bounces here. Yeah, even with my failing eyesight, this is definitely a double bounce.
One love.
Bit of venom on that volley cross court from Malik.
Yeah, it's impressive.
2 love.
Certainly Joel Makin work here.
It's with a lot of purpose. Goes Malik, see it there, the
Right on
ability
cue.
to convert the rallies.
Didn't even become a rally, that one. Straight off the return of serve. And you've got to volley those. A bit fortunate for Joel Makin, but you can make sure by taking the ball early. Look at that. It was always going to go in that spot. And a wry smile from the Welshman. It's a wicked boast. Really stretching Curtis Malik out here. That's a good hold. And again, that's a lovely shot from the youngster. Got in there nice and early, read the play. Clever little shot that was. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that's outrageous.
Strings were singing there, Drew boy.
They certainly were. Strings were singing, I was purring.
Wonderful shot. It's always a shame when you don't back it up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Again, that's clever use of the wrist there from Malik, just changing the direction slightly, making the Welshman wait behind him.
Again, he's in there level with him. Interesting. Watch the speed that Makin goes up and round. I wonder whether if he'd held off, did he have access? See that he steps up very quickly, but if you look where the space is on the inside.
He takes the wrong line.
Yeah, because he goes so early.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Should remain a no-let here. It's not about, as you know, it's not about would he have got it. It's about taking the right line, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's those initial first steps and the speed of them that actually then took the line away. So he sort of created his own interference with those initial steps, is it?
It's my favourite phrase. But you're right, totally agree. Just snatching at that one. Didn't need to. He's played very well so far here, Curtis Malik. As we said, it's a great opportunity for the youngster. Never played Joel Makin before. I'm not sure how many top tenors he has played. But you can really see how you're doing, where you're at. Yeah, just trying to use a little bit of disguise, and that one going a bit awry, Drew boy.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to do what he has been doing. Didn't quite work that time. He's trying to disrupt the movement of Makin, which is what you have to do. You can't let Makin run in straight lines because he'll cover everything all day long. Well, that lengthy rally leading to the error.
7-6.
Curtis Malik feeling he had to force it. He needed that rally over.
Right side. Go on, Curtis.
Certainly did. You can always tell that when somebody goes for the towel break. It's been working hard here. As expected, you can't not work hard against Joel Makin.
It does bring another tactical element to the game, doesn't it? Another dynamic, the whole towel scenario, instead of wiping your hands on the walls.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's definitely been at least one thing that's a positive from the lockdown days.
Well, it keeps the back wall a lot cleaner, that's for sure.
7-all.
In terms of being able to see through it for production.
Wrong shot there from Joel Makin. Should have gone straight. Will he get away with it here? And he has. Clever bit of disguise on the backhand side from Makin.
8-7.
Turned his shoulders and his footwork a little bit to make it look like a cross court.
He let that ball really drop low there, Makin. When you're that far up the court, the drop is difficult anyway if you're standing on top of the ball, but to then let it drop off the top of the bounce so far makes it almost impossible.
Yeah, but he's going for disguise, wasn't he? He's trying to hit it really late. I feel like he is experimenting a little bit in this match.
Yeah, I agree. I like it. I like the fact he is. It shows the evolution of Joel Makin. I think he was obviously listening to you yesterday, Parky. There's me saying there's no way he'd be listening to us, but there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the commentators think the same thing, as I'm sure he does, but you can't experiment too much, I guess. It's just getting the right balance. You know, he's giving his opponents a lot of respect here.
Oh, he's not overdoing it.
No, not at all.
You know, we're over 10 minutes in this game. There's huge respect, but he's just adapting his game, and that's what it requires.
And I think that's why there's one or two extra errors from Joel Makin, because just being a little bit more aggressive at times and deceptive.
I also think it's exactly why he's at number 7 in the world. I mean, you go back a few years, no one would have given him a chance of being top 8 in the world.
No way.
You know, there's that video, isn't there? There's a video of him working with Rob Owen when he was junior. And, I mean, he laughs at it himself. You look at it, and it's unrecognisable. I mean, it's unbelievable. You would look at it and go, there's no way that you're going to be top 10 in the world.
Yeah, it's a great story.
Yeah.
Great journey.
And you see what he's done and where he's gone to and where the game is still developing in him. You just see why he's made that improvement, and when you see things like this, it's evidence of the progression and why it's happened, isn't it? It's that work ethic, but also the sheer determination to get more and more out of yourself. Very impressive.
Hand out, 9-all.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Drew Boy, and it's made it more impressive that Curtis Malik is going toe-to-toe with him here at 9-all in this second. He also has played a really good game here, first time against Joel Makin, of course. Used a lot of hold and disguise and played some really nice stuff, Curtis Malik.
Yeah, he's a classy player, isn't he? got a good setup going on down in Crawley. Got a lot of juniors play. They've got a lot of squads going on, a lot of positive stuff. Of course, they won the PSL Cup as well.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a great achievement. Beating Pontefract, was it?
Yeah, by a game. Oh, this is well played. What rally this is, Parky. Closed out by Makin, but Malik played some brilliant squation there.
Yeah, he seems pretty tough as well, doesn't he? Along with the good racket work. It's a nice shot.
Well, Makin enjoyed it. I mean, he almost put him on his backside here. Look, going the wrong way.
Yeah, that was tricky. So into the tie break here. Malik still trying to get his first game off the Welshman, but that was a bit of a poor width and read quite early by Joel Makin.
Yeah, another game ball for the Welshman. Oh, it's unfortunate. I mean, that's he'll be gutted that he's done that at 11-10.
Yeah, it's one of those. You think, oh, I shouldn't go for that, and then you just hit it and hit the wall.
Damn it. 12-10 that second game, 16 minutes. So after 28 minutes, Joel Makin leading 2 games to love. But you have to say it's been high quality and classy squash between these two.
Yeah, it certainly has, Drew, boys. Some wonderful stuff, and that shot was a great example of the quality that we've been seeing. It's a really good performance from both players, but particularly impressed by Curtis Malik, the youngster who's having his first go against Joel Makin. But it's Makin that just comes through in that tie break. He leads by 2 games to love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Makin leads 2 games to love. Lobban. One love.
That's a lovely touch. Really using the strings there, Joel Makin. Running it in tight on the forehand side. Really needed that second, didn't he, Curtis Malik? Just a little bit unlucky with his decision to volley that ball on the wall, the serve.
Down. 2 love.
Well, this is just what the doctor ordered for Makin. Couple of errors quickly.
Can we check that pickup on the forehand side for Makin, please?
Well, again, Makin's picket looked good, but we're going to have another look on the replay. I think he got that.
Yeah, it's fine, I think. Got his racket under it, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, my first thought was that it was good.
3 love.
both the players hitting tight off tight, gluing that ball.
Player review.
I think this is worth a shout here for Malik. It's quite early on, but he doesn't really get the depth on the shot. It's not tight. It is quick, but does he give him any kind of chance to go get that ball? I'd argue no. So I'd probably give the benefit of the doubt to.
I agree. I mean, the ball's bouncing in the service box, isn't it? And the sort of the
you know, it's not a good quality shot. It's
not
loose.
even in the service box actually, just in
and
front.
there's no chance to get through. So I'd be going let ball here. Well, confirmation of the no-let. I think that's a little bit harsh. I don't think the quality is good enough.
Wasn't deep enough, was it? Making the shot very, very short.
Ball up.
Really nice shot. Nicely improvised.
Again, some experimentation there from Makin. You don't often see him play that kind of improvised drop shot. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see. Didn't get himself in position there to give himself the best chance to get that volley drop in.
Long rally this one. Just lots of heavy hitting from Joel Makin.
Left side.
Some cagey play now between these two.
Hand out, 2-7.
That's a wonderful shot, just completely stumped there.
8-2.
Malik just didn't see it until very, very late. Couldn't move his feet in time. It's a long rally as well. Some hard work going in here between these two. It's a nice idea. Just not quite able to execute that. And a wry smile from Joel Makin. Not sure he would have reached that had it gone up. So 8 match balls now for Joel Makin to book his place in the semi-finals once again here at the Nationals.
Yeah, it's good for Malik. Like the fact that he's still plugging away here, even though he's facing 7 match balls. He's getting absolutely everything out of this opportunity.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's played some good squash here. Cortese Malik.
Six match balls still for Makin. Oh, what a shot. That's a ripper.
He really did rip that one. It was really impressive. Look how severe that is.
Well, an off balance.
6-10 match
Joel Makin, don't see that very often. Still 4 match balls, but I do love the fact that Malik is throwing everything at Makin still.
Yeah, he's not being deterred here by the match ball situation. Still fighting hard here, Malik.
Well, he's ripped that ball into the tin. These match balls are disappearing. Only 3 left now, Sparky.
Yeah, he just rushed that one, didn't he? Just a little too eager to get over the finishing line. he's missed it. He's hit
Yeah.
the tin.
Clipped it. I think he put it in the bottom of the tin.
Yeah.
Match ball.
2 match balls. It's right in the bottom. Start to get tense now when you've lost all those match balls. It's a horrible feeling. Yeah, it's trouble. Put away nicely by Makin. Well played, Cortese Malik. You can see that. I mean, the appreciation from Joel Makin at the end of that match. It's exactly what you want to see from a young player coming through. 43 minutes, Joel Makin beating Cortese Malik by 3 games to love. But he certainly had to work for it. I think he's going to be quite complimentary of his opponent here in the interview with Vanessa. Let's go and hear from Joel Makin.
Joel, another young challenger fended off, but not without difficulty. I thought that was a great performance by Cortese.
Definitely, yeah, it was impressive. I wanted to put a bit of work into him in the 3rd game, see what he was about a little bit. We haven't played before. I got a 7-1 lead, and I was making sure the rallies were long, just to ask a few questions of him, seeing if he wanted to be on there, seeing if he was going to play the match out, and he did. That's what I want, though. You want that challenge. You don't want people rolling over, giving an easy, cheap end to the game. What he did there was good. Example to anyone, he was getting beaten, and it wasn't looking great at the start of the game, but he put in again, so yeah, I respect that a lot.
And in terms of your own tactics, it looked to me like you were using the front court quite a lot, trying to bring in quite a lot of variations, the holds on both sides. Was that sort of a deliberate tactic? No discredit to Cortese, but possibly under slightly less pressure than against fellow top 10 players, and just an opportunity to bring in those things that you're trying to add to your game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to use these matches. There's no point really, just hurting people and get on and off there. Even though Cortese is a quality player, I still want to practice using my skills because, that's the way I need to go ultimately. So I was trying to do it. It wasn't going particularly well, but hit some better ones. It's a work in progress.
And in terms of this event, obviously it's your 3rd time, I think, in a semi-final. You were the runner-up in 2020, won the event last year. But it's a very different time of year, obviously, than usual. And it's proved one too many for quite a lot of players. But in terms of yourself being a contender, it's important not to sort of take these opportunities for titles for granted. Did that play a role in deciding to play this event?
Definitely. I think Mohammed said it last night, and it was very true. Nick and James have kept the importance in this Nationals. There's been other ones that have been, not won by the best player often, and the British Championships has that sort of. It's been kept as a big tournament through the season. You've got the legends that have played the game through the years on there, so it's kept its importance. So. Although we've got a lot on, I still prioritise this one pretty highly. Another one I definitely want to win.
Okay, well, semi-final tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Joel Makin.
Yeah, very honest from Joel Makin. He's good to listen to when he's talking about the game and how he sees things and how he's working on stuff.
Yeah, it was an interesting interview there with Vanessa Atkinson. Joel Makin giving his opponent a lot of respect in this match, and well deserved. Cortese Malik really played his part in a fantastic game to watch. Certainly wasn't easy for Joel Makin, didn't go all his own way. And as you heard him say there, it was a work in progress in terms of his experimentation at the front of the court, but that final winner was very, very clinical. He's through to the semi-finals.
That's a brilliant match, really enjoyed that. 3-love, but 42 minutes of high-quality squash. Got another match coming up very shortly, so in 6 minutes' time, it's going to be Alicia Mead up against Jasmine Hutton. Welcome back. We've got Alicia Mead up against Jasmine Hutton, the number 3 seed. So Alicia Mead sporting some good colours there, illuminating on the court. Left-hander, 91 in the world. Her highest is 75, which she achieved February of this year. Lives in Birmingham. She's a good junior, Alicia Mead. So she got a walkover when Millie Tomlinson withdrew due to injury, so it was unfortunate. I'm sure she would have wanted to get that match under her belt, but she's here in the quarterfinals. Well, she's up against Jazz Hutton. Jazz Hutton, the number 3 seed here. 30 in the world, the 23-year-old. Just one place off her highest ranking, establishing herself on the world tour. She came through against Katie Wells in her first match. She won 3 loves in 25 minutes. Another left-hander. Great athlete, Jazz Hutton. Hails from Sussex. So in her first match, there was a couple of times where she was little bit edgy. So I think now she's got that first one under her belt, she'll settle down here today. So 2 lefties on the court, Parky.
Certainly are. It's not often you see that. There's a very bright top from Alicia Mead.
It's good though. I like the bright colours on the court. I think they look really good. They pop.
You just see Amir Evans in the grey hoodie there.
Yeah, he had to withdraw as well with a foot injury.
Brother of Tesney. He's here to watch Pat. He'll be playing later on against Greg Lobban.
She also had to withdraw. Tesney Evans wasn't quite ready for this one. It's going to be Alicia Mead to get this one underway. Hutton hitting a good area immediately there.
Yeah, it's great depth there from Jazz Hutton. Looking very sharp straight away here. Winner of this match, of course, will play Emily Whitlock tomorrow in the semi-final. Big opportunity here for one of these lefties.
That is vicious from Mead. That will settle her down a little bit.
Yeah, she came down on that really well, didn't she? Very aggressively.
I like the Manchester B on the front of the court, Parky.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Something different.
It's like a squash ball as well, the circle. It's got 2 dots.
could have actually gone short a little bit earlier here, I felt, Jazz Hutton, with the on the backhand side with the drop shot. Chose to take it in on the forehand.
Tell you what, she has settled down massively compared to yesterday when she was playing. She was quite hectic yesterday, whereas she's calm and measured and hitting quality targets here today.
Well, it just shows what a match on the glass court can do, and a win, obviously, in the first round. Just settle the nerves, get you bedded into the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very impressive so far.
Good lift from Hutton. That, oh, lovely boast again.
Yeah, really
She's
good.
really working it in.
She's been spot on here so far with her squash. Very good, very impressive. Just see that she's settled in the shot. You know, she's working from a really good base and foundation, good positional work. Makes the shot so much easier, and then that calmness that comes with it. Then.
3-9.
Pinpoint accuracy once more from Hutton. 6 game balls for the Sussex player. Brilliant, great line. Confident and dominant first game from Hutton. So 6 minutes in duration, 11-4, and it's Hutton leading by a game to love.
Yeah, very impressive from Jazz Hutton, as we were saying. Just seems to be bedded into the tournament now after that first round match, and a lot more confident today. She's obviously woken up on the right side of the bed because everything's been working really well for her, especially those boasts from the back of the court. Mead just unable to find her precision so far in this match. It's 1-love Hutton. more positive hitting straight away in the first rally for Jazz Hutton. Still looking very, very sharp here in this quarter-final. Taking no prisoners whatsoever. It's a nice finish from Mead. That'll just give her a little bit of confidence. It's a very quiet call from the referee, but it was down.
Solid work here from Mead. I'd say very calm and patient work by Hutton. Great shot that from Hutton, really anticipated well for this backhand volley. Really sharp. It's good positive play again there from Hutton. Yeah, she's getting the rewards and she's been spot on with her squash. Yeah. Hitting good areas and then stepping into the space, taking the ball early and attacking. was.
Came over it, didn't she? Yeah.
It was there just to hit into a space, but it's the pressure being exerted by Hutton with the quality of her squash, not giving Mead many chances like that. 5 game balls for Hutton. Very good.
Lovely shot. Beautiful shot. That post is working so well for Hutton today.
This has been great from Hutton so far. 11-5 that second game, 7 minutes. So 2-love to Jazz Hutton over Alicia Mead.
It was another quality performance in the second game from Jazz Hutton, looking very, very sharp. Alicia Mead not playing badly, but not able to penetrate the forces of the number 3 seed in this tournament. Jazz Hutton, definite contender for the title this week. As we said, there's 3 or 4 players capable of winning this tournament, but she's got to get through this quarter-final first.
So it's Hutton start off this third game. I mean, Alicia Mead looked to be solid in the start of that second game, but you wonder if she's going to run out of ideas. What do you think she needs to do here, Parky, when Hutton is playing like this?
I think she needs to hit a few more straight lines, simplify it a little bit, not try to do anything too complicated. It's all about precision. It seems quite obvious, but just cutting down the options of Jazz Hutton. Seems to be able to, is anticipating really well across the middle and obviously cut out shots like that. Just miscued that one slightly. It's very, very hard though, isn't it, to break the momentum of a player in this kind of form. She's hitting the ball well, moving well, Jazz Hutton, and the focus is there 100%. I just think if I was in the situation that Alicia Mead's in, just try and make it tough, at least physically for a while, at least 5-10 minutes, put some long rallies into the legs of Hutton and see where you go from there. It's a nice touch from Mead, but Hutton is so quick at the moment. She's really on it. It's very, very hard to break her concentration.
Yeah, she's on it, but she's got the balance just right, Hutton.
was a rare miss. Yeah, it's good awareness there from Mead. Just got the extra width away from the potential volley of Jazz Hutton. That's wonderful stuff. So positive from Jazz Hutton. Didn't mess around here. Chopped it in nicely. It's a 3-point cushion for the number 3 seed.
Just a couple of errors on that backhand volley. Most time it's Mead that finds the right depth into the back corner. Got to be careful, haven't you? Because as well as Hutton is playing, she had a 4-love lead and then a 5-1 lead and a couple of errors, and your opponent's straight back in it.
Yeah, you can't afford to be complacent ever really in a professional squash match, but particularly in the quarterfinals of this tournament.
Video referee decision on the pickup.
I wasn't sure.
Looking at a pickup here.
Seems to be a bit of confusion which pickup though.
Yeah, whose pickup? Which
Both
pickup?
players are saying that their shots were good, their pickups. I'm not exactly
Probably
sure.
need a little bit more detail on what we're looking for exactly.
Well, Hutton is saying that Mead's ball was down, that pickup. That was good. That was clearly good.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Gets it easily. See it there really clearly that she gets it pretty easily.
Pickup was good. Mead serving from the left. 5-all.
Missed that one earlier, about 5 minutes ago, exactly the same shot. Perhaps just letting it drop a little bit too much. Sticking in well here, Mead. Just staying in touch in this third game.
Certainly testing Hutton here. Certainly done well to get herself in front in this game.
What a shot.
7-6.
There's the roar come on from Jazz Hutton. She's playing tremendously well here. Just trying to get a bit of a cushion and pull away from her opponent in this third. Oh, what a shot. She's
Yeah,
onto
really
it
good.
early.
8-6, left side.
The attempted attack though from Mead wasn't good enough.
Well, again, Hutton just looks like she's taking control of this once more. Again, that ball sitting up, you're going to get punished if you get under the ball and chip it up like that at the front of the court.
Yeah, it's when it's sort of a bit of an ice cream scoop, isn't it? And the ball's got too much air. Give your opponent that kind of time, especially somebody of Hutton's level and the form that she's in. Not far away there as well.
7-9.
Thought that was a stroke.
I thought it was going to be a stroke. My initial thought was it's not necessarily where Hutton was going for behind Mead. You watch, it was there going through. It's almost Hutton makes this look more like a let because of the movement that she makes going back there. Where she actually wanted to go through initially, through there, it would have been a definite stroke. So she almost makes this into a let ball, weirdly enough.
She kind of avoids Mead's movement backwards. Still gets the stroke though.
Stroke to Hutton, decision overruled. Hutton has one review remaining. Hand out, 10-7, match ball.
3 match balls for Hutton.
Stroke to Mead.
Has to be.
Yep.
Hand out, 8-10, match ball.
Just snatched at that one. There's the fist pump. Well deserved from Jazz Hutton. Very well played from the number 3 seed.
11-8.
Yeah, 26 minutes. I mean, it's a dangerous opponent that Hutton's just dispatched. 3-love. Good work from her. She's going to be very pleased with that, I'm sure, when she speaks to Vanessa.
Jasmine, well played. Obviously, Alicia, this was her first match in the tournament, first outing on the glass court. Not necessarily always an advantage to have not had a little bit of time on here, and you could certainly see that in the first game, but then settled a little bit better after that.
Yeah, I thought she might have been a bit edgy. I don't think she's hit much on this court anyway, so to get a bye sometimes it's really not easy. It's actually quite tough. I remember when I made the finals, I had 2 byes from the first round and I hadn't hit on the glass once, and it was horrible. Like I couldn't even get on the glass to practice, so it was really hard. So I credit to her for playing well in the last 2 games.
And as for yourself, in contrast, you looked a lot more settled, a lot happier on here than your match yesterday, where you didn't feel like you played that well. So that was the opportunity to maybe blow out the cobwebs, and looked like you felt a lot happier on here today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've played on this court a lot. I mean, I've been coming here since I was about 14 years old for national squads. But I've had, I mean, through my pro career, I've had a few good wins on here. So I actually am probably one of the few that actually really love this court, and I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a lot hotter than normal, but just trying to get used to it, I guess.
And you mentioned in your interview yesterday playing against another lefty, which you don't get the opportunity to do that often. And we talk a lot in commentary about the tactics for a right-hander to play against a lefty. But talk us through a tactics for a lefty against another lefty, or is that not really part of your thinking?
I mean, it's so rare for me to play another lefty, but I guess my main tactic is I feel like I've actually got a lot stronger on my backhand, so maybe just play on the backhand as much as possible. It's actually not something I'm used to, but it's good practice when I'm playing a right-hander who's a lot better than me. It's good to like try and practice defending a lot better on there. So yeah, not really that many tactics, I guess.
Well, it seems to be working well, whatever you were doing. You've got a semi-final tomorrow against Emily Whitlock, who you haven't played a huge amount from what I could find. I think the last one I could see was quite a tough 4-gamer a couple of years ago. So looking forward to having a go at that one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. It's the first match for me to play against a Welsh player, so hoping to have the English crowd on my side. But yeah, I'm just really looking forward to giving it a go, and who knows, you never know what will happen on the day.
Well, not so subtle hint to the crowd there. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Jasmine Hutton.
Brilliant performance from Jazz Hutton there. Hardly put a foot wrong in this quarter-final against Alicia Mead, who didn't play a bad match, as Hutton pointed out. That it was a lot better as the match wore on, but Jazz Hutton was in such fine form. She hardly missed a shot, hardly made any unforced errors. They're quite a high winner count too, and she fully deserved this victory. She's through to play Emily Whitlock tomorrow in the semis.
So the last match of the afternoon session coming up is number 3 seed Patrick Rooney up against the number 6 seed Scotland's Greg Lobban. Those two will be on court in 10 minutes time. We're back. It's the last match of the afternoon session here on quarterfinals day at the British National Championships. It's heating up here. This is a big one. Two highly ranked players on court, about to battle it out. Patrick Rooney, the number 3 seed, against Greg Lobban, the number 6 seed. It's the old rivalry as well between England and Scotland. Lobban, 29 years of age. He's ranked 32 in the world. Got to number 21 back in September of 2020. He's got a strong look going on at the moment with the moustache and the mullet. Looking good in the red and black is Greg Lobban. Of course, he won the Scottish Nationals as well. So he's coming into this as Scottish national champion. He beat Rory Stewart in the final of that one. Got a win against Miles Jenkins on the traditional court yesterday. Had to work fairly hard though. 3-1 in 50 minutes. The victory for Lobban. Well, Lobban is up against Patrick Rooney. I have to say he has definitely aged a bit. It's his birthday today. 25 years of age, number 21 in the world. That's just one place off the high he achieved in May, where he got to number 20, so he broke that top 20. Very skillful player. He's a nightmare once he gets people on the end of rallies, when he controls the middle and controls the volley, leaves the ball so short. Had a massive scare against Finlay Withington yesterday though. Just came through 3-2. Won't have taken too much out of him though, because it was only 44 minutes.
Yeah, it was a tough match for Pat Rooney, that one. He wasn't 100%, I feel. I don't know if there's something possibly the matter with his foot, but Finn Withington played particularly well as well. It's a combination of the two, I feel. But he's going to have to raise his game against this man in your picture, Greg Lobban. He's an experienced campaigner, as you say, Scottish champion.
British National Championships 2022 men's quarter-final match. Patrick Rooney of England to serve. Greg Lobban of Scotland to receive. Best of 5 games. Lovell.
Paul Bell here, representing Scotland, working with Lobban.
One love.
Yeah, he looks, just going back to the haircut and the tash, looks like somebody that I might be seeing perform next week at Glastonbury. Definitely looks sharper today, Pat Rooney. He's looks a lot more on it. I just saw him before the match doing his preparation. He's getting into the zone.
Well, he's going to have to be, isn't he?
Certainly is. Just a little bit too scrappy, really, yesterday. Partly brought on, of course, by his young opponent, who was extremely impressive, Finn Withington.
Where the extension, the long arms of Rooney actually saved himself, kept him in the rally there.
And out, 1-1.
Yeah, that's right. First point on the board for the Scotsman.
2-1. Right box. And out, 2-3. No leg.
It's a good drive by Lobban,
Hand
pinging
out,
it down the line.
4-2.
It's quite a speculative ask by Rooney. I don't think he really believed it was a let ball.
Hand out, 3-4.
Say Lobban's looking very relaxed on that. He's looking to enjoy his game here today, I think.
Well, that's the way you've got to be if you can get into that state. Just not going to play well if you're tense on the court. Of course, just a little bit of the old butterflies before you step on the court is fairly healthy.
Good work from Lobban.
Yeah, it stemmed from the drop shot, didn't it? It was just really stretching Rooney forward there, and then onto it nice and early for the cross court.
He's taking a bit of pace off the drop when he's going in, isn't he? He's leaving it incredibly short, almost Rooney-esque.
Yeah, definitely.
That's just slid out, didn't it?
I'm not sure. I thought it stayed in.
Not sure we'll play left.
I thought it slid out.
I wasn't sure. Yes.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? See that?
It was tight, but I wasn't sure to make.
I don't think you'd get a definitive answer from a replay. It was just
I mean,
so
I was
close.
just interested in, you know. Good accurate work from Lobban so far. Yeah, well done, Lee. Yeah, well done.
Commentator's curse is absolutely brilliant.
I'll have to apologise to him, won't I? Put the mockers on him.
Ball has just found its way very near to our commentary area. There's a referee looking very, very quick there. I don't know who that was.
5 all.
Looks like they were warming up. So level at 5 all in this first game. Lifting from Rooney. It's what he started to do better in his match yesterday. When he played his best squash, he was lifting it really well, and it started stretching the court out a bit.
Review Lobban on the yes-led decision.
Well, Greg Lobban obviously wanting a stroke here. Just see it from a few more different angles. He'll be feeling like he wasn't allowed to go in and play that. Rooney not quite able to clear there. This could be overturned.
Stroke to
It
Lobban,
is.
decision overruled. Lobban has 1 review remaining. Didn't clear shot. And out 6-5.
Well, these two have played 3 times before, and the head-to-head is currently standing in favour of Greg Lobban, 2-1 in the matches.
And what do you think for today, Parky?
Well, I think if both players play at their best, I think Rooney will take the win. But I wasn't that impressed with him yesterday. As I said, he needs to pick up his form. He did win the last time that they played, which was April this year in the Manchester Open, first round. Only 34 minutes, 3-love. Before that, the previous 2 were 2018 and 2017, so Pat Rooney was a very different player back then.
6-7.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look like he's feeling it. He doesn't look comfortable on there to me. I think on the complete contrast, I feel like Lobban is looking very relaxed and very comfortable on there.
Yeah, he's looking good. I mean, the early signs are that are positive for Lobban. For Pat Rooney, it's about, you can't play your best all the time. Perhaps he's got some sort of issue, but you've got to be tough on there. And there's a lot of great players which Pat Rooney wants to be, who have, I'm sure, won events, won matches when they're not feeling the best. Does look better today than he did yesterday. Just as I say that, slots it into the tin.
Yep, you did a me.
But in general, his demeanour looks better. Just thought he looked pretty tired yesterday in the face.
I mean, we're surmising all the time, aren't we? It's very hard to know exactly what's going on because there's so much stuff going on in the background with all these individuals. So we go on what we're seeing and what we're witnessing, but you don't know the backstory, do you?
No, and I think some of the players obviously, There's always rumours flying around about who's got what injury, and you definitely hear that when you're on the circuit yourself.
Really nice lifting. Hard work here. I feel like he's hitting through the ball on the backhand, Parky. If you look at the Rooney follow through, it's going nowhere, so he's not actually getting weight through the shot. Just like there, it just means that...
Bit flicky.
Yeah, you don't quite get the same purchase, or you don't get it dying and moving away from the ball. We used Farag as an example yesterday. He's got his strings on the ball and he's hitting through it all the time.
Yeah, well, that can often be an example of just lacking a bit of confidence.
Yeah, that's sort of what you then have to get going, isn't it? You have to
yeah.
identify that and then just make sure that you're just getting the racket and hitting right through that ball.
Yeah, that used to happen with myself sometimes, and when I did identify it, it really helped.
Well, it just ends up a little bit jabby. I know we were talking there, but that was a great rally. But I think there was lots of examples of the difference where Rooney did get his racket through, but then also the ones where he was jabbing at the ball, and then it looks a bit fragmented to me. 3 game balls for Lobban.
Hand out, 8-10, game ball.
It's a nice shot. 2 game balls still for Lobban. Certainly been some tough rallies here. Quick exchanges in this rally.
Oh, just didn't commit to that, did he?
9-10.
Another chance now for Rooney to potentially equalise, get into a tie break.
Just didn't quite get down to that one. Well, he's gone for it. He's nailed it.
9.
That's the way to close out a game.
Lobban leads. 1 game to love.
16 minutes that first game. So Greg Lobban played very well. 11-9 in favour of the Scots. He's leading by a game to love.
You just see Paul Bell there, the Scottish national coach, loping over to speak to his charge, a casual character. But as you said, Greg Lobban was looking pretty relaxed too on the court, and it's really helped him in this first. Pat Rooney, as I say, bit of an improvement from yesterday, but just not quite good enough in that first. Lobban leads by 1 game to love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Lobban leads 1 game to love. Lovell.
putting your coaching hat on, Drew boy, what would you, if you were in the corner, I mean, you just said to me there wasn't anyone going into the corner of Pat Rooney, which is interesting, but if it was you, what would you say?
Me?
Yeah,
well,
you. You there.
You mean me?
One love.
Is there another Drew boy?
There's no one else sat in the co-commentator's chair.
I didn't know if you were talking to our director, Laurent Cossa. He's an expert. Well, for a start, I think he needs to hit through the ball, like I said. So he's got to really make sure that he gets through it, so he gets some weight on the shot.
Just the backhand, or
on both sides. Just make sure he gets confident strikes on the ball. You know, really commit to it, hit through the ball, and I think he needs to use height. So I think the lift is working really well for him. It worked well for him yesterday, so he's clearly feeling that. And then obviously if he's going short, he's got to give himself a margin. Again, like for me, his racket work just isn't there at the moment. Like he was flat on that ball. If you're at the front of the court and you're flat on a ball like that, it makes it so difficult to get the ball up and above the tin so it drops down. So technically I look at that and go, right, well he's asking for trouble. So you're almost better off just showing that drop and lifting out from there if you're not quite feeling it.
Yeah, just so generally just sort of keeping it simple and low risk, at least for a game perhaps, just to sort of get your confidence and get back and hopefully win that game and get back into the match.
Yeah, get yourself confident so that you start to get up on the volley a little bit more. And once he's up on the volley, he's so difficult to play.
Yeah, that was great reaction there on the forehand. Got Lobban dragged front left, and then there's a combination, wasn't it? Great combination.
That's a nice counter drop.
And out. 3-2.
Stayed up there and committed to it, Lobban.
It's not good enough, the width, is it, from
Rooney?
Rooney?
But you see what I mean? Again, there's no depth. If he's not hitting through the ball, I mean, I'm harping on about it, but that's what happens. You leave it in that no man's land.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's something you definitely do when you're not confident. There's a bit of self-doubt there. We've seen a lot of good matches from Rooney, especially in the last year, and he definitely wasn't sort of jabbing at it. It's a lovely boast from Lobban. Good hold. That's a bit better from Rooney.
And out.
Just that delay on the swing, and then some real quality down that sidewall.
really testing rally. This is really important, this one. So much work going into the legs of both players. Yeah, it's Rooney's. Important rally to win that one.
Yeah, it really was.
4-all.
Both players working tremendously hard here. He's got the nick. He's found the nick. I thought it was the wrong shot at first. He should have gone straight, but just clipped the nick behind the service box.
Yeah, he just got control of the movement of Lobban there, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's playing a bit better now, Rooney.
It's gone straight on the line.
Yeah, great shot.
Yeah, straight on the line.
And out, 5-all.
It's that time of day where it's getting hotter on there.
Certainly is. 25 degrees here in Manchester at the moment, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's good. Very impressed with Lobban when he does get low down into that front right-hand corner. He plays a very good counter drop shot. The crucial area for him there is to make sure that he gets into the legs and gets the hips low enough. What a shot that
touch,
is.
yeah. Great get though from Lobban, moving really well.
Unbelievable. Another big rally. Just getting enough on that volley.
Right box.
God, this is tough on there. But the searing heat. And then just the brutality of these rallies. I think I'd have tapped out by now, Parky.
You didn't like a hot court, no?
You're joking, aren't you?
No, I mean, I think the only time we played was on a hot court. That was in Pontefract. It was always hot on those courts.
Yeah.
Hand out, 6-7.
Rooney's convinced that that was hit, leaving his hand up.
He thinks it was. He thinks it was a carry.
For the what, sorry?
He thought it was a double hit. He thought it was a double hit.
Video referee decision on the Rooney appeal.
I don't think you even need to go to video review. You didn't have any.
I thought it was just a miss hit.
I thought it was just a miss hit as well. Who's he going to give the point to, though? Because they've just stopped.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be down to.
Say the ball's good. Who does he give the point to?
I think.
Lobban.
Yeah.
Because Rooney stopped it with the massive lengthy appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got stuck in his.
Yeah, I think it was a carry. That was a carry. You can see it. Watch this. Watch that deviated.
Two hits,
yeah.
Strings then
double
strings
hit.
then frame. Strings then frame.
So funny seeing the movement back and forth.
I know, yeah.
I'm convinced that was that was a double.
Shot was not good. We saw a double hit in that, so point to Rooney.
That is unbelievable. Guys, if we never stop, if we slowed down every miss hit, they would all look like double hits.
Okay, we've had a look at it now. That's a decision we've made. So 7.
That's conclusive evidence that was double hit.
We've also, yes, so please play on. 7.
Well, he's got to focus here, Lobban, because he's been playing very good squash. He doesn't need to get distracted just by that one decision he disagrees with.
7.
Always say that in cricket, you know, when they look at whether they get the fingers underneath, and it always looks like it's hit the ground, even when it's a clean catch.
So difficult to see, isn't it, sometimes with those replays.
So he didn't keep his concentration though, because he put the ball in the tin straight off the serve.
Oh, so quick I didn't even see it. You were talking about cricket.
Yeah, it's the wrong shot. Look, you see he's like completely lost his head here. He's wrapped up in the referee, and it's making him just choose the wrong shots.
Yeah, it's easy for him to say, isn't it? But you just can't do it. You can't get involved.
Especially not when you've been playing so well.
Yeah.
Just derails you slightly.
Yeah, it happened earlier, nearly, didn't it, with Emily Whitlock, where she managed to keep her composure.
Well, it's now another error.
Game ball.
It's gone from 7-6 to 10-7 since that decision. 3 game balls for Rooney.
Bit of a leg lift there. Not sure what that was. Yeah, it's good width. Standing really far forward there, Greg Lobban, and it is recognised by Rooney.
13 minutes, 11-7 for Rooney. So we've levelled at 1 game all. I wonder if the relaxed demeanour of Paul Bell is going to be able to calm his charge down, mellow him out a bit there, getting back focused on what he was doing.
Well, if anyone's going to calm you down, it would be Paul Bell. But, yeah, just let it get to him a little bit. He's been playing tremendously well, Greg Lobban, and it was an unusual kind of decision that had to be decided by the video referee, but you've just got to knuckle down and carry on. And it was a shame for Lobban, because he was producing some great squash, but it's been perfect for Rooney to get back into this match.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds.
Oh, what a shot that was. Do drop in. Fantastic lob from Pat Rooney. I think winning that second game was just the right thing for him, just to give him that confidence.
Massive momentum shift. That was huge, that rally at 7-6. David Camden was talking to Rooney in between games. Saw him go. He's obviously been there and back after the first game, like a flash.
Hand out, 1-all.
Well, he is very quick on a bike these days, David Campion. Not sure about the on the feet.
I didn't see him on a bike.
Don't think he needed a bike to get that far. He would if he could, though.
What would you have been telling Lobban in between games there, Parky?
I think it would have been, and we were talking about Paul Bell, just trying to calm him a little bit. I think that's what I would have been trying to do. I mean, we obviously didn't get the cameras on him. Some players like to talk quite a lot, especially if they feel a bit wronged. But it would be about just trying to get the focus back and try and reset some of the good play that he was doing earlier on. Just refocus, really. Just obviously lost his way and his concentration, didn't he, after that decision.
Look at this, though. This is Rooney at his best. He's starting to spend a lot of time through the middle of the court on the volley.
3-1.
Yeah, he's coming alive again. This is the Rooney that we've been seeing in the last year or so. That's taken him up to 20, 21 in the world. Some fantastic wins. And he needs to. If he's going to get through this and even challenge Joel Makin, he's going to have to raise his game.
Well, he's read him like a book.
Hand out, 2-3.
Very brave to stay up there. Look at where he's taking it. He's taking that so early.
Yeah, he was almost touching the front wall with his nose, with his moustache. That's beautiful. Wonderful angle there from the back of the court. It was set up for him nicely. The ball comes out into the middle there, you can see, but it was still bouncing quite low. Oh, that's wonderful.
5-2. Right box, 6-2. Play on, please. Right box. Right box, 6-2.
Guessed again. Well, that looked tough going forwards there for Lobban. The work is starting to take its toll. See, Rooney's lifting, he's dropping, and he's starting to make that court big.
Yeah, he is. He's really stretching the Scottish champion out to every corner, and that was a tired shot to end that rally. So Rooney with a healthy lead in this third. Another tired shot. He is really starting to hit through now, Pat Rooney.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Down. Hand out. 3-8.
This time it's Rooney's turn to read it.
9-3.
Another tired error from Lobban. 7 game balls for Rooney. It's looking a little bit flat. There's a lot of hard work gone into this match so far. 40 minutes, 11-3 that last one though, just 8 minutes. So 2-1 for the number 3 seed, Patrick Rooney.
Well, Patrick Rooney seems to have gotten his mojo back and broken the resistance of Greg Lobban, at least for now. Maybe there'll be a bit of a comeback in the 4th game from Lobban, but it was all about Pat Rooney here in this game. A lot more like what we're used to seeing from Pat Rooney in the last year or so. Has made him one of the most exciting players on the tour at the moment. 2-1 Rooney.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Rooney leads 2 games to 1. Rooney to serve. Level.
Right, some work to do for Greg Lobban. Some food for thought. Interesting to have been a fly on the wall for the little chat with Paul Bell. Oh, he just got hit there.
You okay? You okay?
Unintentional, of course.
No chance it's Rooney's point, is it?
No, no chance.
And out 1 love.
Just got a little bit too close to this.
Even on your birthday, you don't get that.
Sure what he was, well, we know what he was trying to do, but it just didn't come off there. it's a nice shot.
Yeah, he's half volleyed it.
Yeah, it's good skill levels from Lobban.
Half volley kill.
Yeah, you don't often see that, do you? It's normally more of a top spin drop shot.
Certainly freeing up the arm here.
Certainly is.
See Rooney's like limboing underneath the swing. He's not getting that one. See, he was a bit loose there, Rooney, because he spent half his time trying to get out the way of the Lobban swing.
Again, good shot, just cutting the ball nice and low, straight.
Isn't it strange how the body language has completely changed here for Lobban? He's relaxed and sort of got back to what he was doing in the first.
He does do that a bit, I feel. I don't know if you feel the same, but over the years, he just plays a little bit in ebbs and flows.
6 love.
Obviously, that's quite a lot to do with this between the ears, and he's a very talented player, Greg Lobban. Oh, it's a wonderful shot. Talking of talent, that's a brilliant shot from the back of the court, just millimetres above the tin, just edging it in there. Rooney will be very keen, of course, just to get a few points on the board here, possibly a mini comeback, but Lobban's put paid to that.
Done so well to get that post up onto the front wall. That's why Lobban didn't move. He didn't think he had a chance to get that to the front. See there, I mean, Lobban is the one that's now really exaggerating, hitting through the ball, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely got some confidence back. Playing close to his best again, Greg Lobban.
Looked tired in that last game. I mean, he obviously lost his concentration a bit in the one before, but he started to look a bit weary, but he's really kicked on here.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, can't it? Players can get a second win sometimes in matches. That seems to be what's happened here. A long way back for Rooney in this fourth. Great shot. Yeah, very positive.
And out 3-9.
Nice sort of steep downward swing there on this backhand drop shot.
Rooney's one of those players that, you know how on a glass court the court becomes a lot bigger as the ball stays in the corners better. Rooney is one of the few players who can make a traditional court just as long, because his touch into the front is exquisite. It leaves the ball so short.
5-9.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a great example there on that that volley drop on the backhand side.
Watched him play Elias first round of the World Champs. I mean, he was leaving the ball so short, giving himself the volley and then getting the ball into the back corners. And I mean, the quality of that match for a first round is just unbelievable. It was a real shame that, one, it was on the traditional courts, so it's limited who could watch it, and two, the fact that they met so early.
Yeah, I was when you were mentioning it, I was wondering why I hadn't seen it. But
there's only a privileged few.
Yeah, there's no footage at all of it.
Well, it was on YouTube, but it was on the PSA YouTube channel, as most of the squash is these days.
I have to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Elias had to work so hard. Spoke to him afterwards, and he just said, you know, what Rooney does is he just leaves you in the corners, puts you there. It's very draining.
It's a great compliment if you're the one that's being talked about against Elias.
Yes, that's right. Especially when you're playing a slick mover like Elias is. Well, it's another one. I mean, you wouldn't believe it, would you, that Rooney is now within 1 point of Lobban. Lobban was 9-2 up.
Yeah, he's in battle mode now, Pat Rooney. He feels like he's got a slight chance of actually getting this done in 4. A couple of minutes ago, as you say, there was pretty much no chance. Oh, he's missed it.
Would you believe it? He's done all that to come back, and then he's popped the boast onto the top of the tin, and he's given Greg Lobban 3 game balls.
Well, can you imagine how relieved Greg Lobban was to see that hit the top of the tin? He's got a great chance now, the Scotsman.
I wonder how much damage this has done, though, this mini comeback from Rooney, even if Lobban does go over the finishing line here.
Well, it will have done something, that's for sure. It's just keeping him on court that bit longer. The most minimal thing can make the difference, especially when the match goes to 5 games.
That's good length. Freeing the arm up again here, Lobban. This is tough, Parky.
Oh, what a finish.
Great rally.
And he's working hard, both players working hard here.
You see how hot it is on there. Rooney's absolutely dripping wet, saturated. Tight work down this left-hand wall. Rooney's looking good here.
Oh, what a touch.
He's looking pretty comfortable on there, Rooney. I know he's trailing.
He is. I thought this was going to roll out the nick from Lobban, but Rooney was all over it.
Only 1 game ball remaining for Lobban. Is he going to go for it? If the ball sits up, I think he's going straight at that nick, Parky.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rooney's going to have to be really careful with this serve. Is he going to go side wall or at the body? He's gone side wall. Oh, my word.
He's gone for it.
10 all, player must win by 2 points. Each player has.
What's he thinking?
Well, I think he's just a bit punch drunk out there at the moment, because there's been some brutal rallies at the back end of this 4th game. Fatigue setting in.
Yeah, perhaps that second wind is just sort of petering out.
Well, yeah, but then Rooney's sort of semi-rejuvenated with his now.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's now in a position where he's 2 points away maybe from the match. If he can put together a good rally here, that was a great hold. Lobban doing everything to try and stay in. That was another tired movement.
11-10, match ball.
So match ball for Patrick Rooney, having saved 3 game balls.
Wowzers.
12-10.
Well,
Patrick
an enjoyable
Rooney,
match between
3
these
games
two.
to 1.
Greg Lobban throwing
9-11.
absolutely everything at
11-7.
Patrick Rooney.
11-3.
Rooney doing incredibly
12-10.
well to withstand that onslaught. 54 minutes, 12-10, that fourth game. Rooney will be very happy for it not to have gone into a fifth. He's done the job, winning 3-1 against the spirited Greg Lobban. Let's go and hear from the birthday boy. He's with Vanessa.
Pat, I must start by apologising for not realising it's your birthday today. It is Patrick's birthday today. 25, born 25 years ago on this very day, at 12:57 apparently, according to your mum, and she would know. No, exactly. Not a bad way to spend your birthday, gifted with a spot in the semi-finals. It was tough match though, difficult opponent. There was a massive turning point at the end of that second game with the call from the referee, and then again 9-2 down I think in that fourth and managed to come back, so sort of up and down match.
Yeah, the first half of the match I thought I was playing quite well. He was playing quite well as well. It's just a bit of an error count on my side. I thought the match was pretty good up until the halfway point where I called that. I was genuinely I thought it was a double hit, so I thought I'd question it, and it's obviously hard to tell on the review, but I'll take it.
Well, it's part of the game, isn't it, dealing with bad calls, and you managed to get the momentum from that point onwards, and then what was the thinking, 9-2 down in the fourth?
It was just, don't make an error and keep it tight, keep it high quality and see if I can hang in there, and I thought I still had a chance for some reason at 9-2 down. I didn't want to throw it, so I just even if I'd have gone down 9-4 or 9-5, I thought it's worth it putting some extra work into him just in case you have to go into the fifth, because I felt quite physically okay, so I thought grind it out for once.
And tomorrow you will play Joel Makin in the semi-finals. You two have had a few battles, a couple of battles this season, or certainly over the last couple of years, so looking forward to that one.
Not really. Well, I am looking forward to it, but he's an animal, isn't he? So you kind of don't look forward to that, but I feel like I'm getting closer to him, even though last time it was 3-love. I enjoy playing him. It's always a good game, always quite fair and tough. Yeah, hopefully this time I'll beat him, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah. Okay, well, congratulations with that win. We'll see you tomorrow in the semi-finals. Happy birthday.
I'm going to sing it.
Jasmine Hutton actually requested happy birthday, which I'm more than happy to orchestrate. I can't believe you've requested it. No, we have to do it now. Everybody? Happy birthday to you.
Dan, we didn't have our mics on when we were singing then, Parky.
Yeah, I'm sure the Squash TV audience will be really disappointed with that. But it's nice to see on Pat Rooney's birthday that he wins this match, and again in a really tough battle with Greg Lobban, who played his part. There was some fantastic squash from the Scottish champion. It just seemed to run out of steam. He did get his second win, but that seemed to run out a little bit in this fourth. And it's Pat Rooney that goes through to meet Joel Makin in the semis. Birthday boy.
Yep, so semi-finals. Going to be playing against Joel Makin. We might see the updated draw, but it's been a good afternoon's play all round. There's 3 loves until that last one, which was 3-1, almost went all the way. But in the end, Rooney able to get over the finishing line against Greg Lobban. We're going to be back at 5:30 for more quarterfinals. We've got another 4 matches coming up. Really looking forward to that one. So join us at 5:30 and we'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 British National Championships here in Manchester. It's quarterfinals day and we've got the 4 remaining quarterfinals coming up for you next. So 4 more semi-final spots up for grabs tomorrow. And it's the ladies first, so let's not keep the players waiting any longer. First player onto court is 23 years old from Hertfordshire, currently ranked 63 in the world. Please welcome Grace Gear. And her opponent tonight, 22 years old from Ipswich, currently ranked 25 in the world. Please welcome Lucy Turmel.
Well, hello and welcome to the evening session of quarterfinals day here at the British National Championships. Joining us live from the National Squash Centre here in Manchester. It's a boiling hot Manchester, England. The locals don't know what's hit them. But we've already had the afternoon session. A couple of 3-love victories in the first few matches, but high quality stuff. And then Patrick Rooney overcoming Greg Lobban 3-1. So that's the end of the afternoon session. Focusing on this evening session, starting off with Grace Gear up against Lucy Turmel. Their rejoining battle that they've been having since the junior days. And then, of course, the beast, Mohammed El-Shorbagy, the #1 seed here, is up against Nick Wall. Julianne Cortese, 4 seed, up against 5 seed Lucy Beecroft. And the last match of the day, another 5 versus 4 seeds. James Willstrop, 4 times winner, up against Adrian Waller, who's been in fine form. So we're going to focus on our first match here. Got Grace Gear closest to us in the white. 63 in the world, 23 years of age. From Hertfordshire, trains at Berkhamsted. She's a player that loves to read the play and get onto the volley. So she'll take the ball in short and jump on that volley quite quickly and behind it. She took out Amy Royal in her round 1 match. Won that 3-love in 17 minutes. Her last outing on the PSA World Tour was at the NTA Squash Classic, losing out to Lucy Beecroft in the semi-finals there, 3-love. Be a dangerous player though, Grace Gear. Well, she's up against 22-year-old Lucy Turmel, currently ranked number 25 in the world. The Suffolk player from Ipswich. She came through against Laurie Roberts in her round 1 match. Of course, been featuring in all the major tournaments. Last outing, lost in round 2 of Elguna to Naylor Gillis, 3-2 in 75 minutes. Big battle there. Well, joining me for this first quarterfinal match of the evening is Simon Park. Hello, Park.
Good evening, Drew Boy.
So, of course, these two have played a lot in their junior days. They've got 4 meetings in their head-to-heads. Turmel winning the last 3 of them, but you have to go back to 2016, 2017 for those meetings. So it's quite a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot's changed since then.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So Grace Gear has suffered with a few injuries at the start of her professional career, but she's been playing some good stuff of late. She's had a couple of good wins that will give her confidence, and if she can stay injury-free, then she can start to push up those rankings.
Yeah, she's got a good talent, hasn't she, Grace Gear? Both these girls have. I think Lucy Turmel obviously is the favourite here. It's number 2 seed in the event.
We're going to have a quick look at the draw, and we've already got the top semi-final confirmed. Both players in good form, weren't they, I thought, today?
They absolutely were, yeah. They were both very, very focused. I was impressed by both Hutton and Whitlock's mental approach to their matches, both coming through in 3 games and very, very fresh for the semi-finals tomorrow.
See what, I really look forward to that semi-finals. If they both produce the form that they showed today, that should be a brilliant match tomorrow.
It will. It'll be an absolute cracker, that one, I feel. It's going to be very, very closely fought.
Yep, and then of course this evening we're going to get those final 2 spots there in the semi-finals of the bottom half confirmed. Well, here we go, we're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be Grace Gear to start off this quarter-final match.
Well, it's just getting hotter and hotter in this National Squash Centre. Unusually hot weather here in Manchester, and it's going to be even warmer tomorrow for those semi-finals. It's definitely affecting the bounce of the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's lively on there. You'd think that in terms of styles of play, that has to suit Turmel more than Gear.
And down, 1 love.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't mind some long rallies, Lisa Turmel.
And down, 1.
I think there's bound to be a few nerves there, though, because there's that expectancy around Turmel being the number 2 seed. You know, we've had the withdrawals, so you're definitely going to have a bit of nervous energy, and also you're going to put a bit of expectancy on yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. She's not been in this situation before, has she? So highly seeded at the Nationals. And as you were saying, you know a lot about these two. You know, they've come through juniors together, and there's always that rivalry. I know I had it with certain players coming through in my career that I, played against in the juniors, and sometimes there still can be a bit of a mental block with certain players.
Yeah, and as I said, Grace Gear likes to take the ball in short and then come in behind it, but when she takes that ball in short, she's got to do it with quality. Otherwise, what we just saw in the previous rally is going to happen. Turmel is going to run onto it and rip the ball past her.
Yes, left. 3-1. Left side.
Solid start from Turmel so far. Gear hasn't got itself going at all yet. Not found the accuracy. Looks off the pace.
Yeah, timing's not there, is it, for Gear? Yeah, it's good width and depth there from Gear. Just saw it a little bit late there, Turmel. Such a good backhand, isn't it? Really comfortable on that side of the court, Turmel. Drop shots, drives, kills, whatever it might be. She looks very, very comfortable. Didn't see that one.
There's no way that select ball is going to be a waste of a review. She's nowhere near it. She didn't know anything about it, and she prepared her racket by Gear, but the ball wasn't near the two of them, so it's going to be a waste of a review. I think it's going to stay as a no-let. See here, look, the ball's gone, and she sort of just prepared her racket to near where the opponent is. There.
Yeah, so just so, there you are.
Yeah. You're there, but the ball's not.
Yeah, I'll have that. How do you, because you coached Lucy, didn't you? How do you coach right-handers, being a lefty yourself? I mean, obviously you've done it for many years, but is that an issue?
No, not really. Not really, because most of the people you coach are right-handed, so I wouldn't be able to have much work, would I? If
no,
I
that's
could.
true.
But basically, I mean, it's just you look at the fundamentals, don't you? And you've got your non-negotiables and fundamentals in someone's swing, and what you expect from them, and then once you've got that, that's what you're looking for the whole time, whether it's the preparation or the position,
sure,
the striking point, the options. So you just have to think about the game and what you're looking for from them, basically.
Do you demonstrate with your right hand?
No, I demonstrate on the opposite side with my left hand. So I just have to do a mirror image of it.
Yeah, sure. A wicked boast. We saw that quite a lot yesterday, didn't we?
10-3.
On both sides, actually, from Turmel.
Yeah, 7 game balls for Turmel.
Looking very, very sharp and focused. I don't know how much she saw of her rivals earlier today, Hutton and Whitlock, who were, as we said, very, very focused. But she's doing a good job today, Turmel.
Yeah, all the seeds have so far, haven't they, in the women's? Say that Gear looked off the pace there, though, in that first game. 11-3 to Turmel after 8 minutes. She's leading by a game to love.
Yeah, that's right. We thought it might be a little bit closer, this match, but Gear not really settling in yet. It's Turmel. It's been all Turmel, really, in this first game of this quarter-final. She's been very, very focused, hitting her targets nicely. Look at that for a backhand kill. Straight, and an error there to finish from Gear. She needs to pick up her game.
Resume in 60 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. Turmel leads 1 game to love.
Turmel starts off this second game.
Looks like Gear's trying to just step up the court a little bit here in this second, try and make a positive start.
Yeah, well, she did that in the last one, but she's sort of over-committing when she hadn't hit the quality. And then you just get beaten, don't you? You can't charge
with
behind the ball, exactly, without
no
quality.
purpose, yeah, from the previous shot. It's almost like in tennis, you know, the approach shot and coming into the net with a bad, poor approach shot.
You just get beaten by it, don't you? You're right there, though. She hit with a bit more venom into the back with that backhand drive as well then. I mean, the other thing that we haven't mentioned is the fact that Gia didn't play on the glass. She didn't play on the glass yesterday, so
yeah, good point.
It does take a bit of time to adjust. So maybe she was looking off the pace and not quite on it because of that factor as well.
I don't know if you noticed, did either of these two have coaches talking to them?
Don't think so.
That's a nice touch.
Hand out. 1-3.
Hits most of her winners on that backhand side, doesn't she, Turmel?
Yeah, very strong in that area.
Oh.
Real super strength.
Did well to get that off the wall.
2-3.
Literally glued to the side wall. His forehand and a bit of disguise in it as well.
Again, Gia rolling off the ball. She's dropping back. There was a clear volley opportunity down the other side, and she let it go. And it just means you get pinned in the back corners, and your opponent takes up strong positions in front of you. And glass court, so unforgiving. You can't do that. You need to be taking it early. No, you need to be volleying. You need to be hitting it on the rise. What she's done better here, though, is she's actually testing the lunge and the movements of Turmel into those front corners.
Yeah, definitely. Stretching her out a little bit more, searching shots into those corners. Well, she got away with that, Turmel, because it was a poor shot. It's just the delay and the positioning that flummoxed her.
Yeah, I mean, but look at the approach shot from Gia. That's what we're saying. You can't throw that in randomly and hope that you can. You have to take up a neutral position, don't you, if your shot's average?
Just let.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just sort of charge in blind.
No left. 5-4. Yes, let.
Now that's the type of one that Turmel should be reviewing. I don't know why Gia stopped there. Well, I do, because the ball's tight. But
Down. 7-4.
line there, Gia. She had a great opportunity after a decent drop shot on the backhand side and the straight drive, but it clipped the sidewall, kept Turmel in the rally. It turned out to be a winner for her.
Stand is hot, just try and refrain from using the wall to wipe your hand if you don't mind. Thank you. 8-4. And out. 5-8.
Clever shot, that good angle from Gia. Just clipped the tin, I think, there.
And out. 9-5.
Super tight as well, again, backhand side.
Yeah, gluing the ball to the sidewall. So 5 game balls for Turmel. See the ball running into the sidewall.
It's well played. Nice touch there from Turmel. Still not enough of a challenge coming in from Grace Gia.
Yeah, it's all just a little bit random from Gia. She doesn't look like she's willing to build the rallies and earn the positions. So another 8-minute game, 11-5. This time Turmel has got a very strong 2-love lead.
Yeah, she has. She's looking very, very good here. Turmel, the number 2 seed. She's working really well, especially on that backhand side. Lots of her winners coming from there. But most of the time that she gets opportunities, especially at the front of the court, she's winning the points. And there was one winner there for Gia, few and far between, and she's got a lot to do to catch up here. Turmel Lobban.
They're resuming 60 seconds. They're resuming 30 seconds. Seconds. Two games to love. The ball.
So Turmel starting off how she left off in that last game, slotting that backhand.
What would you say to Gia if you were in her corner?
Well, you've got to be willing to construct some rallies. You've got to hit some length, and you've got to look for quality. When you go in short, look for quality, and then you can follow it up. If you don't earn the right, you shouldn't be just charging in. You should be lifting, defending situations. You've got to be willing to work hard. You know, she's playing someone that's 25 in the world. You're gonna have to put in some work, and you're gonna have to resist a bit and start to lift a little bit, and you know, stick in rallies. It's all just too quick.
Yeah, there's no real structure here, is there? I'm sure some of that is down to the quality play of Turmel, but you feel Gear can do a bit better.
I just think you, at this level, you can't just throw a ball into the front randomly.
No, I agree with you. Just possibly Gear just feeling a little bit confused as to what to do against Turmel. He's playing very well. Nice lift from Gear. It's going to be a stroke.
No let.
I mean, thoughts?
So we're getting a review here.
That's got to be a stroke, right?
Depends on the line. Depends on the line to the ball. That's bounced twice. If you watch where the ball bounces twice, and then you look at it from the front, it's just, does the ref want her to go up and round Gear in that situation from the front?
I don't think she can.
See what the second bounces.
I think this is a stroke.
No let seems very harsh. We'll be coming back in a second. Gone for a let ball.
Yes, let decision overruled. Turmel has one review remaining. Is Turmel? It was a no let because we felt you actually played the player. The original decision because you played the player.
That's a fair.
2-3. The decision was a let. Yes, that's right. 2-3.
I don't know why the referee has to explain that to her.
No.
She's got a very good point.
Yeah,
that's why we've got the video referee.
Yeah, I mean, she's spot on because the decision was changed because she didn't play the player then.
Yeah. I've not seen that before. I don't know if you have.
No, I think it's the first time I've seen it as well.
It's just going to wind the player up, isn't it? It's fairly pointless.
Well, because you haven't got any grounds to say that on when the decision's been changed, have you?
It's really tickled me that. That's a great width.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's one of those ones, isn't it? You see players apologise for these sorts of things with the width, but actually it's just hitting the ball into a good area. That's it's probably more like a no-let than the previous one that was given as a no-let. Couldn't really see it properly from our angle.
Yeah, bird's eye one is difficult.
A lot of purpose in the hitting from Turmel. She's actually, she's the one that's driving that ball into those back corners. And also the other thing that's really working well for her is she's making herself hard to win rallies against. She's willing to scrap and stick in there and lift when she has to and take her medicine.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, she's a fighter, isn't she? She's got a lot of skill, Turmel, but has the other qualities that you need to get to the top of the sport, especially a really tough individual sport like squash.
Yeah, it's a winning shot, isn't it? Turmel saying she wasn't asking.
getting on well with this ref.
Yeah, we've probably put her back up now with that comment.
Again, just too speculative, really.
You know, it's crucial to be in strong positions, good preparation, strong position, and from there, then you can have options. But like for me, she's not earning those positions or fighting for those positions, and then it just becomes a high-risk squash. It's do or die, isn't it?
And now 5-7. And out 8-5. Stroke to gear. And out.
Yeah.
6-8.
Yeah, not too much argument with that one, I feel.
No, I mean, Turmel was she's moved straight into her, so she was thinking about the review, but
yeah, it's
been a real waste.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a stroke.
Yeah, you don't want your opponent hitting that. Just looks very reactive as well. Once gear is pushing up, as the quality isn't quite there, it's allowing Turmel to really attack through the ball and hit hard. And then it's a reactive shot, which sort of has you defending immediately.
It's a lovely finish again, but she's just getting fed to a certain extent by gear in certain situations. And that's where she's so good, Lucy Turmel.
And out 7-9. And out 10-7. Match ball.
So that 1-2, nice lift, followed up by the backhand volley drop from Turmel, gives her 3 match balls.
That's clever work from gear.
8-10.
Just keeping herself in touch here. It's a nice lob. Plenty of height. It's good quality rally. Oh, she's got. She get it up. Oh, what a get! Well finished there by Lucy Turmel. She knew it was over, Grace Gear. Lucy Turmel showing some real fight there.
29 minutes. Lucy Turmel taking out Grace Gear. 3 games to love. Turmel definitely looking sharper than Gear on court today. Let's go to hear from Lucy Turmel. She is with Vanessa Atkinson.
Congratulations. I know you and Grace go quite far back. You're a similar age. I think the first result I could find was back in the under-15s, and you played a few times in juniors, but this was actually your first meeting, I think, as senior players. So happy to get away with a 3-love win?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, we are similar age. I think in the under-19s I played Grace in the semis of a British, and I won 3-2, so it's never easy against her. I feel like she was quite relaxed today and just kind of going for a shot, so that made her more dangerous.
And I mentioned this in the Jasmine-Hutton match, that extra advantage of having had the match on the glass court. For Grace, this was her first time on the glass, and you could definitely see that in the first game, just taking that little bit extra time to settle.
Yeah, the more and more I play on this, the more comfortable I'm feeling as well, so it's definitely a slight advantage, and same as yesterday really, I just tried to get a really good start in every game, and that it paid off, yeah.
And this is your first time in a semi-final. You were a quarter-finalist for the previous 2 years, so you've already beaten your previous standing at this event. So big semi-final for you tomorrow. We have to wait and see who you'll meet in that semi, but exciting prospect.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's either Lucy or Julianne. I think Lucy actually beat me last time we played. I beat Julianne 3-2, so you know we're all having tough matches against each other, so it's just who can put it together this week.
Well, I'm sure everyone's looking forward to it. I certainly am. Congratulations that you're through to the semi-final. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Turmel.
Well, that's the third top seed in the women's event who's put in a really good performance mentally, not dropping a game in this quarter-final, and this time it's Lucy Turmel. She didn't miss much at all, especially on the backhand side, which is her strength, but she did get fed there a little bit by her opponent, Grace Gear. Didn't seem to have the right tactics, and Lucy Turmel's through to tomorrow.
Yeah, so there's 3 places confirmed in the women's draw, just 1 place later, and it'll be between Julianne Cortese and Lucy Beecroft. But we're going to switch our focus, and we're going to switch it to the men's quarterfinal between Mohamed El-Shorbagy, the #1 seed, who is up against England's Nick Wall, the #8 seed. Those two are going to be on court in 10 minutes' time.
everyone. So our first men's quarterfinal of the evening coming up next. Players are ready, so let's bring them out. First up, the young man from Sheffield, 22 years old, currently sat at his highest ever world ranking of 58. Please welcome Nick Wall. And his opponent tonight, our #1 seed, former world #1, currently ranked 3 in the world. Give it up for Mohammed El-Shorbagy. So Nick Wall on the right-hand side, 22 years old, from Sheffield, coached by former national champion Nick Matthew, and he has been very, very busy on the PSA Tour of late, winning an incredible 7 tour titles since last October alone. This is his 6th time competing at these championships, but his first time in a quarterfinal. He came through his first round in 3 games against Sam Todd. And his opponent is, of course, the #1 seed this week, playing this event for the very first time. He's based in Bristol under the tutelage of Hadrian Stiff, but has also recently started working with former world #1 Gregory Gauthier. He is a former world champion as well as a former world #1 himself, and a 3-time British Open champion. The winner of 44 PSA titles throughout his career. Came through in 3 games against his good friend Peter Creed in round 1. And this is the first time these two have met. So let's show plenty of support for both players. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Wall and Mohammed El-Shorbagy. And your referees for this match, central referee is Steve Eccles, and the video referee, Peter Heinmarsh.
Welcome back. It's the first evening men's quarter-final here at the British Nationals. Just in case for anyone tuning in that's been locked away somewhere and missed the news that Mohammed El-Shorbagy, the Beast, is now representing England. He's up against Nick Wall, the #8 seed. Cuts a powerful figure, does Nick Wall. 22 years of age, the man from Sheffield. 58 in the world. All in black. Left-hander, dogged competitor. Had a very good British Open where he took out Victor Crouin in a match there, which is mightily impressive when you think about the way that Crouin's been playing. Also got a good win in his first match on the traditional courts. Took out Sam Todd in just 22 minutes. So he'll be pleased to have dispatched him in double quick time. Last outing was at the NTA Scoring Classic for Nick Wall on the PSA Tour. He got to the semi-finals, lost out to Ali Hussein 3-1 in that. Well, he's up against a man who needs no introduction. He's making his debut in the British Nationals at the tender age of 31. #3 in the world, of course, a former world #1, achieved everything there is to achieve in the game. Still hungry for more though, always wanting to learn, always wanting to improve. Based in Bristol, of course, where he works with Hadrian Stiff there, but has also just recently linked up with Greg Gaultier his previous nemesis, now working together because he knows him so well, and he's obviously been there and done it all before as well, which is something that El-Shorbagy puts huge value on. Well, joining me for this quarterfinal and the next men's one, so you'll be back, is Josh Taylor.
Good to be here, Drew boy.
Nice to have you here.
First time commentating with you. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah, you know what they say about never meeting your heroes. Well, it's the same as this, never commentate with Drew boy. It's not as good as you'd imagine.
Well, you've done well at trying to keep me around a bit, so finally found myself with you in the commentary box.
Yeah, I've made it my life's mission. Good crowd in here. It's nice to see. So it's going to be El-Shorbagy to start off this men's quarterfinal. Expecting Nick Wall to get stuck into El-Shorbagy here.
Yeah, by all accounts, very impressive yesterday against Sam Todd. Very professional performance from Nick. I think he'll take this opportunity to really show what he's made of against Mohammed. He's a player that's looking for opportunities like this against top players in settings just like this. So the tussle for the which side of the wall is being played down is playing out here in the early part. Lefty-righty combo. One I'm sure will be well rehearsed in Drew boy.
Yep, definitely. So well, El-Shorbagy though, he'll know exactly what he needs to do against left-handers. Very positive start though from Wall, firing in that attacking boast. Of course, Nick Wall works with Nick Matthew, so they'll have come up with a plan that they think could be effective and challenge Mohammed El-Shorbagy.
Yeah, I expect him to be quite positive, particularly around the middle of the court here. He's already looked to take quite a high tee position when he can.
Yes, lad. Review, please. Their review Wall on the yes, lad decision.
Early review here from Nick Wall. They're always hard to gauge, aren't they, these? But El-Shorbagy wasn't that close to the ball. There's a lot of space. And watch, El-Shorbagy is stuck on his heels, but is he ready to go get that ball? Josh, what do you think? He looks pretty static from that front. If you're looking overhead, there's not much movement going on from El-Shorbagy. He doesn't know too much about it. Watch. There. And he's not going anywhere near where the ball is. His momentum is not taking him to the ball. I think Nick Wall's unlucky there.
Wall has no reviews remaining. Sorry, 3 then.
Great hold. Look at that, and again, takes a lot of skill. That hold, the still racking and punch it down the line. Tough competitor, Nick Wall. He definitely won't be phased about this. If a victory's there to be had, or you know, he generally goes for it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's someone that's taken a few chances already in his career. Does look to really get stuck into matches just like this.
No let.
Well, the no let being awarded. Again, he's up high on the ball, Nick Wall, firing it in, taking the attack to El-Shorbagy. definitely taking charge there as the senior statesman, El-Shorbagy.
I don't know the stats, but I'd assume he's probably the oldest player to play his debut at this event. Drew Roy. Certainly the oldest debut seeding at the event.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Rattling your brain now, are you trying to work it out?
If there's anyone else, that could be. Well, the point's rattling along quickly, and this is exactly what Nick Wall can't afford to do. You can't work really hard to build a lead and let it evaporate. You've got to make people earn those points. That is brilliant. It looks like it's a clear tactic to use the angle when the opportunity is there to test out El-Shorbagy moving into the front corners. Oh, he never got into position. Stayed so front on when he volleyed that.
Right side. Four all.
Trademark. Nick Wall shot that. Hunting across the short line, thumping the ball in the nick. Found his range, has to be said. See what, Josh, how strong is Nick Wall across the short line on the volley?
Yes, let's play.
He's used his review as well. He can't cross-court that.
Play it cross. Cross-court there. Is this loose?
5-4.
Watch this. Oh, he hits him with the swing, I think, if he cross-courts that.
It's one thing I do love to see when Nick starts to push up the court and take the ball early, linking his movement, his hitting, and trying to get onto it. That's when he really does look his best.
See, that one is a let ball. There's more space there.
How many soft ones are you going to keep asking for?
5-4.
I'd say I agree with Shorbagy on that one. But, there's a lot more space there. I spoke to David Campion earlier, and he's been very complimentary about Mohammed El-Shorbagy since the announcement was made, and how proactive he's been and how engaged he's been, and appreciative.
Yeah, I mean, in practice as well, he's been on with a couple of the younger players earlier on in this event, really looking to get involved.
What a shot. I love the hold at the top of the swing here from
6-4.
Wall. Look, watch, hold, and then uses the angle. Sorry, I've cut you off in your mid-flow.
No. Just saying, you know, a couple of the early morning practice sessions, Mohammed's been around and trying to give back to some of the younger players, which is great to see, even in this competitive environment.
Hand out.
I thought he was on there to get the wins and confidence boost.
Yeah. Certainly is something that Nick's developed over the last year or so. He's started to really get into his hands a lot more and a bit more subtlety in what he does. Not necessarily there, but in general it's something that he's added, and much more later options in his swing, which just make him more and more of an aggressive player with more subtlety as well.
See what, he's solid as well. He's a big, strong man, is Nick Wall. Of course, you can feel that power, can't you, on the court when you've got someone with a presence. Really isn't scared of a battle either.
No, not at all. Be a trait I think he got from his dad, I think, early.
Yeah, just a bit. Talk of the devil.
Yeah, it was right
You
on
can
cue
hear him.
there, wasn't he?
No let. Eight, 6.
See the angle being used again, and that's a clear tactic because it's testing and just unsettling the rhythm and the movement of Shorbagy, and it just leads to the occasional mistake like that.
His positive start has kept going from Nick, and he's very much finding himself in a very good position here. 3-point cushion coming into the back end of the first game.
So again, there's so much emphasis on using the angles, throwing the ball in short. What he can't do is he can't leave the ball sitting up, and he has to get the balance between long and short. I mean, there, Shorbagy's already waiting for that, and he's onto it, and he's gonna clean you up.
And out. 10-7. Game ball.
3 game balls for Nick Wall. I think Shorbagy's going to ask the question about the pickup. There you go. Is the referee going to check it or not?
You just check the pickup of Mr. Waltz on the right.
There we go. We're going to check it. I knew the question was going to be asked. Just got to find exactly where it was. So here we go. What was your instinct? Did you notice it, or?
Yeah.
It's not this one.
It's just a bit earlier than that.
It's not this one.
It's a bit earlier than that.
But just try to find it.
Nick Wall's looking confused. Just ready to go off, isn't he? He just wants to
Yeah,
go get his water.
He was out the door as soon as he could get.
Yeah, but you would be, wouldn't you? What's that one's fine.
Guys, it's not this one, guys. Come on, guys. There is only one pickup in the forehand here.
It's the right hand side, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
the right hand side. Yes.
Yeah, it's right. You know it, right?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on the right-hand side, so Shorbagy said the forehand, but of course that's Nick Wall's backhand. So it's on the backhand side for Nick Wall, so down the right. It's one of those ones where you you need to go with the gut of the referee, don't you? There we go, that's what Nick Wall's asking now.
If it is good, it's your point to this game ball.
So you just heard here that I mean, everyone's getting fed up. The DJ wants the music on.
Pickup has been good from the central referee. 11-7 game.
So the match referee thought the ball was good. They can't find where that pickup was, and so the game has gone in favour of Nick Wall. So 14 minutes in duration. A little bit of a test for Mohammed El-Shorbagy mentally now, just to see if he can stick with this, and obviously needs to keep his focus. But 1 game to love to Nick Wall.
So an impressive opening game here from the younger Englishman. It all coming out. Really started well, looking to use some of the angles of the court, being severe into the front of the court. really didn't look intimidated at all by the presence of Mohammed. Pushed up, looked for the volley, really looked to try and show his presence throughout this first game.
They'll resume in 60 seconds.
So it's going to be Nick Wall to start off this second game. I have to say, Josh, I thought there was a few jaded movements from El-Shorbagy in that first game. I mean, he's obviously knuckling down and getting on with it, but it's not surprising because it's been a very busy phase for him. But not only that, he's been travelling and he's been going deep into tournaments. So it does, you know, that takes chunks out of you in itself. So I'm not surprised to see him slightly jaded. Do you think he was looking a bit fatigued at times?
I think a few of the angles certainly were working well, weren't they? You know, where Nick's looking to try and be quite severe with his racket work, trying to turn it around the walls quickly or get it running away from him to the front. And you're right, I mean, the schedule's been very heavy for these players with a lot of travel. So it's understandable, but, you know, that's why these guys are where they are. Someone like Mohammed's been around and had to deal with this kind of stuff a lot across his career.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Had the hold and the threat for an age there on that forehand drop. It's two of those.
2-1.
Beat me to it.
Got to be quick, mate.
Yes, lad. 2-1. No let. Balls against the wall.
There's no access. Where was my access there?
Ball has gone deeper than you thought you could have gone to the left behind.
Let's have a look at this.
He stepped into my line.
3-1.
What did you say? I stepped into your line? Have you not watched yourself back from the first point?
El-Shorbagy having a few conversations with Nick Wall. I wonder if he knows Nick Wall Jr. because he won't shy away.
No, I think it's a tactic maybe to unsettle him a little bit, but it's certainly not going to.
And out. 2-4.
It's interesting. This is an interesting dynamic now because I can see El-Shorbagy here chirping away a little bit, but he's saying to Nick Wall to speed up in between rallies.
3-4.
I find this this next passage of play pretty fascinating.
Shot.
Yeah.
It's a lovely little hold. I'm just using the face of the front wall.
Yeah, it's a way to convert a chance.
Mohammed's noticed the significance of this period of the game here is definite intent to up the intensity. Velocity of the hitting has just gone up a notch.
What it's done as well is it's stopped Wall from being able to use the angles to unsettle the El-Shorbagy movement, because he hasn't got the platform or the base to work from now to be able to do that. Again, on his trademark shot for wall. Got it before the sidewall. That's a repeat of the previous one.
Stroke to El-Shorbagy. I'm not sure the racket does need to be dropped every time to get a decision.
It's a hot day here, True Boy. Very rare one in Manchester, so I think there's a bit of sweat on that grip. Just keeps slipping out that hand.
It's good width from Shorbagy.
8-4.
I have to say that Shorbagy's winning the length battle here between the two. It's reversed a bit, hasn't it?
9-4.
Shorbagy now unsettling wall. He senses it. He's starting to speed things up here in between games, in between rallies.
Down. 10-4. Game ball.
So the intensity taking its toll. 6 game balls for El-Shorbagy.
Hand out. 5-10. Game ball.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Sucked him in to that straight drop here. Watch the preparation and the approach. Everything about it was saying straight drop until the end.
6 games to El-Shorbagy.
Nicely finished by El-Shorbagy. 8 minutes, much quicker that second game. 11-6 for El-Shorbagy, and the Beast has levelled at 1 game more.
So the Beast of Bristol going up a few gears here in this second game. Just starting to settle into a bit more of a usual pattern that you'd expect from him. Definitely increasing some of the velocity of the hitting as the game went on. He takes that second game.
Play resume in 60 seconds. Play resume in 30 seconds. Resuming 15 seconds. 1 game more, El-Shorbagy to serve.
thought the intensity of Shorbagy's hitting just managed to get Nick Wall to drop off slightly there in that second game. I feel like he'll be looking for more of that in this game. He's gonna really look to push Nick Wall back, win the exchange of length, and then look to unsettle him. What he doesn't want to do is throw it in a bit too early.
Hand out, 1-0.
I mean, it'd been good work from Wall until the last couple of shots there. He actually managed to start Shorbagy's movement a couple of times.
The other thing that I'd like to see Nick do a little bit more here is just try and turn the ball a little bit more across to his forehand side. He was just starting to do that a little bit more there, just use a few different angles, different heights. Just try and get that ball across, open up a bit more of his big lefty forehand options.
Shorbagy's all over that boast now as well. And he's wise, Shorbagy, and he learns on the hop, and he's actually anticipating and waiting for it. You have to adapt, because he's going to adapt.
It's where some of these younger players could do with trying to evolve their match plans as they're going through the game. You know, trying to think ahead of Mohammed rather than allowing him to sort of understand what they're doing and then react to it. They've got to then counter it, haven't they? And build and evolve as the match goes on.
Yeah, it takes real maturity to do that. That's why part of me enjoys the whole no coaching thing, because it makes the player develop that side of it, because you're having to learn and work things out. And if you can start to learn and work things out in between games, you can also then start to do it on court as it's unraveling.
Some of these angles here are starting to get picked up on very quickly from Mohammed.
Well, the court's being made huge now for Nick Wall.
5-1. He's allowed 1.
You need it?
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, nicely put away.
6-1.
You can see how much this is hurting physically now. Shorbagy will sense it as well. He's positioned himself up in front of Nick Wall.
7-1.
Wall looking tired and heavy. See the body language as he drags himself back to receive serve.
It's a definite drop-off of intensity here from Wall. It's a lovely little angle though. Hopefully it gives him something to build on.
Hand out, 2-7. 2-7.
Where the use of height is going to be so important for Nick. Just change the pace a little bit, give himself a bit of time.
Yeah, he's just being moved from corner to corner here. He basically needs to try and get Shorbagy off that middle. Shorbagy's just positioned himself up in front and will not relinquish that area very easily. Another tired shot. Big lead for El-Shorbagy.
10-2, game ball.
Well, it's all about Mohammed El-Shorbagy here. 8 game balls. Well, nicely closed out. So convincing, that game from Shorbagy. Nick Wall is really feeling it on there. 6 minutes, 30 minutes we've had so far, and it's Mohammed El-Shorbagy who's leading 2-1.
So Mohammed really started to show his authority there in that third game. Really started to dictate terms right in front of Nick Wall, taking the ball early, starting to really sort of make the most of some of the opportunities that opened up to him. Closing down the court with straight drop winners, closing it down aggressively to the back, making life really hard for Nick. He now leads 2-1.
They resume in 60 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. El-Shorbagy leads 2-1. El-Shorbagy to serve.
Reckon this is only going one way, Josh, having watched the way Nick Wall was struggling physically. You know, once the lactic acid builds up, it's sort of, you recover a bit in the break in between games, but a couple of hard rallies and it just kicks back in straight away. El-Shorbagy will know that.
One love.
Really start to see Nick just losing his shape on the ball here. It's like a boxer when they go a bit punch drunk, Drew boy.
Yeah. Nice shot from El-Shorbagy. 3-love lead.
And out. 1-3. And out. 4-2.
It's a lovely little cross-court fade there from Nick. Just staying within touching distance of the points here. Finding a few winners. Still looking very heavy. expect Mohammed to continue to tighten the screw here and really make every bit count and add up on Nick. This is really hurting Nick now. Really asking a lot of his body.
He's doing well though, isn't he? I mean, he's showing a lot of guts and determination to hang on in there and sort of battle away like he is. He's a fighter, Nick Wall.
Anybody seen the ball?
There's a little trick there.
Yeah,
that ball is.
I mean, I don't want to make a comment, honestly.
Right side, 5 foot.
El-Shorbagy's seen it all before. He knows.
It's the old pressure session, hit the ball out the back, job backs. Good little trick of the trade.
Shot. El-Shorbagy straight onto it though. He's looking for those little angles all the time, pushing forwards. El-Shorbagy. One too many. Well, there you see Wall collapsing in the shot. El-Shorbagy making a move again here.
Yes, lads. 7-5.
The wheels are coming off again. The body is screaming at Nick Wall. I think there's signs of cramp in the quad, you know, as well here, Josh. Watch the movement. Look. Watch how he's protecting his movement now. Look.
9-5.
I mean, he's barely standing up right now, Nick Wall.
I think he's seeing a few fairies and stars, and the head has gone a bit dizzy.
Hand out 6-9.
But he's still been able to find a few winners here. He's been able to pick off a few shots, and that's what kept him ticking over in the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He just kept on walking.
Put straight into it. Hand out 10-6. Match ball.
4 match balls for El-Shorbagy. Wall still dragging himself around that court. Dead as a dodo.
Hand out 7-10. Match ball.
El-Shorbagy's having fun. He's inflicting pain here. I think it's all going to be over in a second.
This really is a pressure feeding session here for Nick.
Well, it's gutsy from Wall.
Match ball.
He's taking his time with the towel wipings. Still 2 match balls for El-Shorbagy. He's put it into the tin.
11-8.
Great effort by Nick Wall Jr.
7-11, 11-6, 11-2, 11-8.
Sure, El-Shorbagy will have appreciated the effort that Wall has put in there. 41 minutes, working right till the end, even though he was out on his feet. 11-8 in that fourth. 3-1. The beast, Mohamed El-Shorbagy, taking out Nick Wall. Sure, he's going to be full of praise for his opponent here, El-Shorbagy. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Vanessa.
Mohamed, I mean, what an effort. He left absolutely everything on the court there, put a huge amount, he came out of the blocks really fast, put a huge amount into those first 2 games. That took their toll, but still, you know, giving absolutely everything in that fourth.
Yeah, I mean, I phoned my brother this morning to understand. I've never played him before. We never played each other. I had to open the Squash TV today and see his matches. His match with Ali at the British. I had to call my brother to understand what he does, where he's dangerous at. I had to study the match. And yeah, I mean, still, he surprised me in the first game. He took the game to me. I respect that. I wouldn't have wanted it any different. He played hard. He didn't care who he was facing. He just wanted to win every single point, and that's exactly how I was from the first day I was on tour. And that's the kind of mentality I would like to see, and I loved it, to be honest. And he made me play better. He made me angry and want to play even more better, and it made me, and that's what you ask. When you 2 players play each other, you want them to raise each other game, and that's what he made me do, definitely.
And looking ahead, I mentioned this with Joel, obviously, you 2 would be forgiven for sort of having one eye on those tour finals, which are really quickly after this tournament. But this is a huge event in itself and not something to be taken for granted, the potential of winning a first national title.
No, definitely. I mean, I always have the mentality that every tournament, every match I go at, I try and win it. I'm not worried about the World Series finals at the moment. That's something to worry about next week. Right now, I had to worry about my opponent today. Tomorrow, I have to worry about my opponent now. Tomorrow, take it day by day. And yeah, I mean, there is no reason of why if I don't perform well here, I can't perform well next week. So, as a top player, you have to perform well every week. There is no excuses, and that's what I'm gonna try and do this week and next week.
And talking about that match tomorrow, you'll be facing either James Willstrop or Adrian Waller, so tough match either way. You mentioned that James stayed around to watch your match last night. Are you going to repay the favour?
I'm going to go get some physio and some dinner and have a sleep, to be honest.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well done. Into the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, Mohamed El-Shorbagy.
So there we have it. Mohamed El-Shorbagy through to the next round, books his place in the semi-finals. Very solid performance from the Beast of Bristol in those last 3 games. Really added up on Nick Wall in the fourth. Really looking tired. Mohamed took full advantage, closing it out 3-1.
I knew that Mohamed El-Shorbagy would respect the way Nick Wall came at him there in that first game. It certainly fired him up. Well, that is that match done. We've got 2 more matches to come here this evening. Next up is the final women's quarterfinal, and that is Julianne Cortese up against Lucy Beecroft. They'll be on court in 7 minutes' time. Welcome back after that short break. Got the last place up for grabs here between Julianne Cortese and Lucy Beecroft. 4 seed versus 5 seed. So Lucy Beecroft, 25 years of age, originally from North Shields, currently ranked number 55 in the world. It is her highest ranking. Very skillful player, Beecroft. Got great hands, good racket adaptability. She won the MTA Squash Classic back in May and came through against Asia Harris, 3-love, yesterday in her first round. Well, Lucy Beecroft is up against Julianne Cortese, currently number 53 in the world. Not much between these two. Of course, local player, originally from Gloucestershire, but based up here in Manchester. Very impressive the way she can juggle a career with the sports, physiotherapy, and as well as playing. She came through against Tori Malik 3-1. It was a tough one yesterday, a couple of tie breaks in there as well. Last time she was on the PSA World Tour, it was just a little while ago, not long ago, at the RM Club Open in Mauritius, and she lost out to Melissa Alves 3-2 there. 11-1 in the 5th, but good effort to go to 5 with a quality player like Alves. Well, joining me in the commentary position for this one, very busy, seems to be everywhere right now, is Vanessa Atkinson.
Absolutely sick of myself, Drew boy.
You're the only one that is.
Nice to be back in comms anyway.
Yeah, back to some sort of comfort zone.
Yeah, true. And I think I've picked a pretty good one as well. I've got high hopes for this match. Beecroft hasn't beaten Julianne before, but I feel like she's got a really good chance. I mean, it's a huge opportunity for both players for a first semi-final. Few similarities between these two. They're both really good around the middle of the court. Use a lot of variety, as you said, quite adaptable with the racket, quick hands.
Yeah, both skillful practitioners. Tell you what, no, looking at Beecroft, she is skipping around the court. She's always been quite fast with the initial few steps, but she's looking very light through the middle of the court.
I was chatting to her briefly the other day. She's looking to, she's in the US at the minute, but looking to sort of relocate to Philly at some point in the future with her girlfriend and base herself there. Quite a few players around the Philly area, so not a bad place to base yourself as a squash player.
A lot of players and a lot of courts.
Yeah, yeah, no shortage of courts.
About 30 odd courts in a square mile or something. Very good. High quality stuff. A very good short game, Beecroft.
Yeah, she's got a lot of potential, hasn't she? And she's a, is it a Yale graduate, isn't it? So she's obviously a little bit delayed with her development, which you often see with the players that went to university. I'm just looking to make up that ground now. And this is when she needs to sort of start making a move, 25 years old.
Yeah, well, she's making the right moves. The fact that she's now at her highest ranking as well, closing in on that top 50. At the end of the day, you get the off-court maintenance correct, and you know you can add 10 years onto that, no problem. 35 years old, still be playing.
Absolutely.
Right at the top of your game. Just got to make sure you look after the off-court work as well as the on-court. The days of being lopsided and only doing court sprints and ghosting and
yeah, like we did,
and 400s and stuff like that
ruined our bodies.
Yeah, I mean they're long gone. If you're sensible.
Yeah,
and
I
get
think
good advice, obviously.
Well, it's also, you know, about having people around you, or that ability yourself to look at what needs to be developed. I think a player like Beecroft, obviously she's got a lot of skill. She likes to take the ball in short and attack, and it's just rounding out her game, looking to find that little bit more discipline, playing from a good foundation, adding that bit of physicality.
Not able to react quite quick enough there, Cortese. Nice touch.
And out, 4-6.
Just cushioned that, took all the pace off it. Watch that. Lovely.
Down.
Oh dear.
5-6.
Quite get that one right.
Yeah, a bit reckless.
Of course, this is the first appearance on the glass court here for Beecroft. Cortese played on here yesterday. Makes a big difference.
Yes, left.
Even if you have spent a lot of time on glass
Player
court.
review, Cortese on the yes
Well,
left.
that's a very polite request for a player review. I wouldn't expect anything else from Cortese, to be honest.
Always polite.
She's got a fair point. The only problem for her is she could have made that look way more like a stroke if she was actually looking to accelerate forwards onto the ball.
Yeah, the interference looked a little bit more like it was the follow through rather than the backswing. Hence the let ball. Broken string, I think, for Beecroft.
Has a broken string and has time to change her equipment.
Nicely put away by Beecroft. Up on the volley. It's good racket speed, isn't it, in the shot? Whips it round.
Well, she's re-established that 2-point lead with 2 quick winners. That's a lovely length. from Cortese. Yeah, she's catching Cortese out with that boast. She's not reading it. It's just that slight flick of the wrist at the end. Slight delay on the shot.
10-7, game ball.
3 game balls for Lucy Beecroft. She's had a bit of a blip in the middle of the game, but she's regrouped nicely here.
There's another winner from Beecroft. Fantastic first game from the Geordie.
9 minutes in duration. 11-8 for Lucy Beecroft. The number 5 seed is leading the number 4 seed, Julianne Cortese, by a game to love.
Well, this first game certainly living up to our expectations. Beecroft yet to beat Cortese, but a fantastic first game. Hitting a lot of winners when she's presented with opportunities around the middle. She rarely misses. She's got that sort of wristy, quite loose, languid swing, which allows her to make quite late decisions. Difficult to read. She's catching Cortese out with the boast a few times.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Beecroft leads 1 game to love. Lobban. One love.
See that Beecroft is looking to play at an intensity here, trying to unsettle Cortese. Straight onto that drop shot, countering it in nicely. Nice drop shot. If you give Cortese the time and the space, she'll take that in like that really nicely, put the ball away. Yeah, vicious shot. Nicely done by Beecroft.
4-1.
Oh, that's an unbelievable get from Beecroft. We're going to have a look at it. That's very fast if she got it. Going to have a quick look. Gets it easily before the second bounce. There you go.
Ball was good. 5-1. Yes.
Now it's rapid from Beecroft.
I've only been gone about 2 minutes, Drew boy.
Well, blinded by the lights.
2-5.
It's always so good and effective to throw that lob up.
Cortese trying to get herself into this. I'm sure she talked about it in her last match with Parky, the long COVID she's been suffering from. Obviously, you're the expert, Drew boy. You know exactly what she's been going through. And you mentioned her navigating being a physiotherapist and a squash player, but she's also had that to deal with for the last 6 months.
Yeah, it's been a real nightmare for her, but it's an opportunity for her to learn about herself, as she alluded to yesterday as well. So all credit to her, the fact that she's plugging away, getting stuck in. Saw how much it affected her just in the interview. I thought it was a very nice, honest, open interview.
Yeah, she's had a tough time of it. Made her preparations very difficult for tournaments.
Yeah, well, it's no consistency. You've got no idea of what you can do
from one day to the next.
No,
yeah,
exactly.
So it's hard to plan a week of training. It's just out of the window.
Yeah, 4-7, 3-7 even, 4-point lead.
Down, hand out, 4-7.
You know me, I don't like to complain too much or mention it too often. No, but honestly, I can relate to it. It's an absolute disaster.
Well, I mean, you couldn't do this. You couldn't be on court playing this match, could you?
Oh no, no chance. No chance.
5-7.
So stroke awarded to Cortese here. It's like they're both playing drives down the central line there. It's that boast again.
She's not reading it. It was a high one this time, but it's that delay and it's the wristiness, isn't it?
It's the delay and then whipping the racket head through, but it comes because of the whip. It's very quick. Well, Julianne Cortese getting fed up with herself here, getting irritated. Just a couple of errors from Beecroft. I suppose you expect it because she's attacking a lot.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the objective from Cortese's point of view, is trying to keep that ball away from the middle as much as possible, because she's struggling to read her opponent.
Within 2 points here, though.
Oh, set up such a good opportunity there.
Yeah, I think she was choosing the wrong option, even
Straight
if she got it up. Yeah.
Straight drop, yeah.
3 game balls for Beecroft. What a shot.
Oh, lovely finish.
That is a great shot. I love that. Held a really strong position and then got good racket speed through on the boast. Impressive from Beecroft, attacking brand of squash. 11-7 that second game. She's 2-love up against Julianne Cortese.
Well, again, the boast causing a lot of problems for Julianne Cortese. Beecroft racing off to a quick lead in this second game. Cortese came back well, but Beecroft able to hold on to the win, hold on to the lead that she established early on. Every time that ball is in the middle of the court, there's so many options. Cortese really struggling to read her.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. 2 games to love. Lobban. Down. 1 love.
Well, what an opportunity here for Lucy Beecroft. The occasion doesn't seem to have got to her at all. She looked very comfortable considering how important this match is, and also the fact that she hadn't played on the glass yet. She's settled very quickly. She does have a natural game that suits the glass court. There's that boast again, finding the tin this time.
1, 2. Down. 2 all.
Again, beautiful line and length from Cortese. Ball just dying away in the corner. She injected that extra bit of pace. It's not a bad tactic. Take that bit of time away from Beecroft.
Yeah, you have to, don't you? You have to try and rush her, unsettle her. You can't let her have a base to attack from. You definitely don't want to let her have time.
Out. Hand out. 3 all.
Just enough quality in the Beecroft attacks. I've seen so many excellent volley boasts. Seems to be the shot of the days, last couple of days. Very good, whipping the boast in again.
And out, 7-4.
You can't leave the ball sitting up like that. Slotted away by Beecroft. 4-point lead. Beautifully straightened by Cortese. Really getting the racket head and strings through the ball. It's that whole change of direction is a bit of a nightmare for Cortese. Good skill. Dropped the shoulder, made it look like she's going to hit short and then hit through the ball. 5 match balls for Beecroft. Oh, the error from Cortese. A frustrated Cortese. Good performance from Lucy Beecroft. Should be very happy with that. 26 minutes, 11-8, 11-7, 11-5 in favour of the number 5 seeded Lucy Beecroft. Well, she's safely through to the semi-finals. We're going to hear from Lucy Beecroft. Vanessa Atkinson very politely waiting in the wings. Let's go and hear from Beecroft and Vanessa.
Lucy, well done. Just a few words about your opponent first off. I know she's struggled lately with sort of ongoing symptoms of long COVID. We spoke a little bit about it in her interview, and she got quite emotional. But still, you know, she's a fantastic player, really, really skillful, and always going to be difficult to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just shocking, really, what the effects of it are, and then just shows in such an athlete like Jules, and it's still a year on. You know, she's still kind of struggling, and. All that being said, you know, this first 2 games, I knew she was going to come out firing, and like she could beat you in 3 games in half an hour, and she'd still be fresh. So I knew I needed to get a good start and really just not let her get in front, because I know how dangerous she is. And like you said in the, before the match, you know, she beat me twice last year, and you know, I feel like I've come on a lot since then. But she's also, you know, been working hard and had some good results on tour despite everything she's been going through. So. Yeah, hats off to Jules.
And hats off to you as well. It was a fantastic performance. We've mentioned a little bit the players that hadn't had the match on the glass court have maybe struggled in the first game, but you seemed like you settled really quickly, and this looks like your preferred environment to sort of ply your trade.
Yeah, I mean, I love playing on the glass. I actually am lucky where I'm based in the US, there's a glass court there, so I actually get hit on it quite a bit, which is good. But yeah, I had a pretty easy but good hit this morning with El-Shorbagy, so it was a pretty good warm-up to see the ball going fast past you. But yeah, I love playing on the glass, and I feel like it suits my game. So yeah, very happy with getting off in 3.
And a first time in a semi-final. It was a first quarter-final, now a first semi-final tomorrow against Lucy Turmel. 2 really open women's semi-finals that I'm certainly looking forward to, and it's going to be a real treat for the crowd, I think.
Yeah, really excited. Haven't been able to play many nationals with being in the US and through college and stuff, so it's great to be back here. And yeah, really looking forward to match against Lucy tomorrow, fellow 305 player. So don't know who Joel will be shouting for. Nobody. But yeah, really looking forward to it. I think we had a battle on here 3-2 this time last year, so be a good one.
Okay, looking forward to it. We'll see you back in the semi-final tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Beecroft.
So Lucy Beecroft doing extremely well there to get rid of Julianne Cortese in 3 games, because Cortese possesses an abundance of skill, but it wasn't her day today. You have to say that Beecroft was sharp. She was buzzing around the court. She was looking to attack every opportunity that she could. Was able to do so consistently. Frustration for Cortese, but strong performance by Beecroft. Well, that concludes our quarterfinals in the women's event and confirms the lineup for the semi-finals tomorrow. We've got Whitlock against Hutton in the top half, and then we've got Beecroft versus Turmel in the bottom half. Should be 2 really good matchups there. All of those players will be fancying their opportunity to make a final. So we've got one more match to come here this evening. It is a men's quarterfinal, the last one, and it is another 4 versus 5 seed. James Willstrop up against Adrian Waller. They'll be on court in 10 minutes' time.
So we are down to our last quarter-final, ladies and gentlemen, and it's an all-England affair between two of England's most established players. First onto court is the 38-year-old Yorkshireman, former world #1, currently ranked 25 in the world. Please welcome James Willstrop. His opponent is the number 4 seed, 32 years old, from London, currently ranked 24 in the world. Please welcome Adrian Waller. So James Willstrop, of course, former world #1.
Well, welcome back to the last match of the day here on quarterfinals day at the British National Squash Championships. Could be a belter, this one. James Willstrop up against Adrian Waller. Well, James Willstrop, he's a 4-time winner of this event. Unbelievably gifted player. He's 38 years of age, but still playing exquisite squash. 4 times winner of this event. He looked sharp yesterday as well, it has to be said, against Ben Smith. Won 3-love in 29 minutes. So skillful, but the body looked good yesterday. He was buzzing around on the court. Well, he's up against Adrian Waller. Only one place in the rankings between these two. Waller is ranked at 24 currently. Tall left-hander. He's been in good form as well. Came through 3-1 against Tom Walsh on the traditional courts yesterday. Thought he put in some great performances for England at the recent European Championships. Took out Gregoire Marsh twice there, which were good wins. Also closed out against Greg Lobban. It's going to be myself and Josh Taylor for this one. I think this is going to be a really good match. I think it's going to be close. You know, obviously the ranking says it's going to be close, but I think it could be very good.
Yeah, I had this down as the tasty encounter of today. Really interesting matchup between the two.
It's all going to be about Waller trying to make Willstrop play from difficult positions, test his movement, which he can do very well. Waller's very good at sort of dropping the hands on the ball last second and putting the kills in, sort of stunning the ball. So I expect to see a bit of that, especially on the forehand side. What he needs to do as well, though, is not hit the tin.
That's a good point, Lee. I always find not hitting the tin helps. Both are really clean hits to the ball, aren't they? Very crisp hitters. Makes it a nice matchup. Expect to see some good clean squash for even though two very tall players here. Both be quiet at home in the second row.
I don't know if it suits either player's personality, though, being a lock forward in rugby, mate. Well, they're both 6'4". Again, Ben Smith was also 6'4".
Maybe it doesn't go above 6'4" on the
Willstrop's actually taller than 6'4", and Ben Smith was taller than Willstrop, so he's taller than 6'4".
And out, 1 love.
Some fine fielding needed in the first rally there, Lee.
Yep.
Just a shame we didn't have you down at mid-on there, really, to sort that out.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at, and I know my place with fielding now. I'm not putting myself in the arena anymore. Still got bruised fingers from it. Well, that was good from Waller because he was hitting shots that were keeping Willstrop on the move and unsettling him.
Interesting this morning, Lee. Jimbo had a very long practice hit actually. He was on there for a good hour this morning, maybe a little bit longer. Just hitting with doing a bit of solo, and was joined by Perry Malik as well for a good half an hour. Was a longer hit than I was expecting to see a man of his age doing in the morning.
Yeah, he loves to hit squash balls though, Willstrop. Finds it very therapeutic.
And out, 3-1.
That's that lovely kind of stun ball that you were talking about there at the start.
Yeah, on the left-hand side on the forehand. That's exactly it. How good is that touch?
And out. 2-4.
Just sliding it across the front wall. He's put that into the tin.
3-4.
I get what he's trying to do, but I didn't feel like that was the right time to throw the ball in short, even if it'd gone up. Just think it's so important to stretch the court out for your opponents. If you're allowing your opponent to run onto a ball from the short line, it puts so much pressure on the quality of your ball.
There's been a very obvious tactic from Waller so far in this first game to put the ball in quite early, particularly onto the backhand side. He's just going to have to be careful to get the balance right as to where he's got James on the ball before.
Out. 5-all.
Great threat from Willstrop. And obviously I was saying about extending the court out. The other option is to control the movement of your opponent to stop-start them. So if your opponent is in the middle of the court and you're wanting to take the ball in short, you have to have the threat of the long shot so that you can just grab hold or delay their movement and then send them in. It's a day of boasts. There's a lot of boasts going on today. Volley boasts, trickle boasts, attacking boasts, Aussie boasts.
Sometimes there's no need to boast as well, you know, Lee.
No, no. Haven't seen the reverse angle today.
I don't know if we'll see it here. If it's coming, it's going to be from Jimbo.
Yeah. There you go. Look, that was an example of controlling your opponent's movement. There's a heavy movement into the legs of Waller.
Great hold on the volley there as well.
It's amazing how many different types of boasts there are. Skid boast.
Skid boast, yeah. Corkscrew serve, does that count?
No, but it's front wall, side wall.
Ah, okay.
6-all.
Can't boast on a serve because it's a fault.
That's factually correct. Very open rally.
It's a nice touch, nice finish from Waller. Generally speaking, left-handers are good at executing backhand drops because it's a pattern of play thing where you're driving up and down the wall on the left-hand side, and because you can dominate with the forehand, you force the boast quite often, which then means you're looking for the boast and you accelerate on, and it's the length on the court, isn't it, diagonal, if you get onto that backhand drop. And it's the same. You also become very good at the backhand volley drop because when you're driving up and down that forehand wall, you're always looking for the right-hander trying to turn you into your backhand, and to protect yourself from there, you look to counter that and cut it off. And again, it's the diagonal. So you're always thinking about that setup as a lefty.
I can visualise you doing that about 15 years ago, Lee. I can see that.
You might want to add a few years on top of that.
I was being generous.
Very good, very good. I mean, he was showing the cross-court nick.
It's the pirouette that really made this shot at the end. Oh, I just missed it on the replay.
Willstrop making a bit of a move. It's been neck and neck right the way through this game.
It's a lovely shot from Waller there, just showing the straight, whipping it round for yet another boast.
Yep. But I mean, because he possesses the threat of that stun and the drive on the forehand side, it then opens up the space for that post. Again, it's connecting shots together, isn't it? It's pairing them up.
Sometimes it's about knowing what you've played in the past, isn't it? Before then you bring in another shot or another angle, or just, again, it's that evolving of the game, the rally, to open up the space.
Setting them up. Game ball for Willstrop. That is outrageous. The touch on the forehand drop that set it up, but the ball moving away from Waller, and then the finish was sublime. 11 minutes, 11-9 to Willstrop. Very close game, as you'd expect between these two, but it's Willstrop leading by a game to love.
So we have a really tasty match here for us to finish the day. Both players playing some lovely stuff in this first game, particularly hotting up as the game went on. Both just trying to show quite a lot of options, but it was James that just was able to get out a lovely winner to finish off that first game.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Willstrop leads, 1 game to love. Lobban.
Well, Willstrop certainly knew when to make a move in that first game. It had been Waller that was the front runner, the aggressor. This is good, good work. That wasn't. I mean, that was brilliant, and then he just overdid it. He tried to do the old pirouette thing as well.
It's becoming a new trademark. It's a trademark of this match.
Out. And out. 1-2.
Good angle from Waller, firing that ball in.
Oh.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's unbelievable.
And out, 3-1.
It's just captivating, so good to watch because it's so stylish as well. Do you consider yourself a purist?
Myself?
Yeah.
In terms of watching squash, what I like to see, 100%.
Would you consider yourself a squash purist?
I mean, James is like fine wine, isn't he? You've got to absolutely love this. Gets better and better as well.
And out.
So, favourite players
Mm.
that you would have learnt through the generations, or just generally, who have your favourite players been to watch?
Good question. I guess when I was younger, it was kind of like when I was sort of starting to get into watching a lot more. You had Pete Nick and Power and all those kind of players playing. Just enjoy watching Pete Nick play. But then as it's kind of gone on, I mean, of late, like big fan of watching like a Kawad the year when he was very dominating. Jimbo, of course, like it's always high on the list. Diego, do enjoy watching Diego at times. Just the smoothness of the movement and some of the stuff he does with the racket as well. I think as I've got older and hopefully a little bit wiserly, looking for some of the details has become more and more a thing that I just can be fascinated about, watching like little subtleties and the lateness in the hands and how they show options, how you build up rallies. All the things that start to mature the kind of squash that you see. I love to see the ball lifted and the variation of pace and using the whole court.
Well, these two are certainly doing that, but Waller is just going a little bit cheap here. You laughed at me when I said about keeping the ball out of the tin, but he's put the ball in the tin a bit too often.
Right on cue.
7-2.
But that's exactly what I was talking about with the way he needed to play and the way he was going to play. He couldn't afford to give those freebies away, or too many of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he's got to use that kind of more stun ball that you were talking about, where it's later in the hands. Quite often you can find yourself a bit more margin on that shot, while still trying to stretch the opponent out and have some lateness in what it is, a bit of deception in what you're doing. Something he does very, very well. He's got to use it more as well.
Yeah, but you've got to have that sort of dogged determination as well, haven't you? To be willing to... You watch Willstrop, and he's willing to knuckle down and just defend situations until he gets the chance again. I always think when I watch the evolution of players where they suddenly rise to world #1, one of the big things that proves, I think, is their lifting and their resetting of the rally, the neutralising, so understanding when they're off balance, under pressure, being rushed, and lifting out of those situations. It makes them that much harder to beat and apply pressure to, and they just reset, and then people have to start again and again and again. And Willstrop obviously still possesses that. He doesn't quite have the physicality that he did have, but he still does that part of the game.
And if you look at Paul Cole as an example, someone that's lifted more and more as his career's gone on now, and it just allows him to be in a position where he's very balanced on the ball a lot more, buying himself time, you know. Look at Farag, great lifter of the ball. Rami, a lot of these players, all these world #1s, they all evolve.
Nick Matthew, Peter Nichols, you mentioned him. Rami Ashore used to just throw his racket under and spin it up, and it would fly up and over. You know, all these shot makers. Well, it's all James Willstrop here. Another exquisite drop shot on the forehand. Another error from Waller.
10-4.
It's a lot. 6 game balls for Willstrop.
And out. 5-10. Game ball.
Well, he's all over this, James Willstrop.
2 games to love.
Nothing worse than playing against a confident marksman. 20 minutes in duration, Willstrop taking that one, 11-5. Too many errors from Waller though. 2-love to Willstrop.
So it's a quicker second game. Jimbo really starting to enforce his authority on this match here. A lot of errors coming from Waller. Some good winners as well coming from the racket of Willstrop. It's now left Waller with quite a lot to do here to get himself back in this match.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Willstrop leads 2 games to love. Love all. One love.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Adrian Waller campaign.
Stroke to Waller. Wow. You mean that, did you? I did. Wow. 4-1.
Willstrop just wowing Waller.
Didn't expect you to do that though, to be honest.
That's a bit of a weird one. It's two shots you wouldn't really associate with Willstrop. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, Waller saw it and was sprinting off to it, and he's got no chance of getting it. Look how quickly that bounced twice. We've seen a few people do that already, and they get themselves left stranded, but Jimbo, no, outright winner.
It's just outrageous skill level, isn't it, Lee?
Yep. Hence why I used to throw my toys out the pram when I used to do skill games with James Willstrop. Yeah, just over-complicated it slightly.
And out. 3-5.
Not and out, is it?
And out 3-5.
Size 14 feet, James Willstrop.
They're big feet.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that if you had a couple of pairs of shoes in your bag, it would take up all the room. You'd have no room.
It's interesting what you think about sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. You could use the shoe as a racket holder.
Just keep the strings insulated and at a core temperature so they don't expand or...
Yeah, the complexities of my mind.
Do you reckon that Waller also has size 14 feet to match the 6'4"ism that's on court as well?
No, I think they're a bit smaller.
A bit smaller.
12.5.
Oh, okay.
All seriousness, it's a nightmare for Willstrop. So when he travels anyway, he always has his shoes in his hand luggage, because if you were to lose those shoes, I mean, you just can't get size 14 anywhere else.
Custom made.
Exactly.
7-4.
The only place you can is America, where they go up to size 17. I mean, you'd be able to get some hang time with a pair of Air Jordans on.
They once tried to do a special shoe for him with the Air Jordan, just to try and break into the squash market, but didn't quite catch off. Crucial point here, though, Drew Boy, in all seriousness, in this third game. You just see James wheedling his way back in. Just starting to nullify what Waller was offering in the start of the this third game, where he got off to a great start.
There you go. Trademark left-hander. That's the other shot, the other partnership that you get good at as a left-hander, because again, because you bully a right-hander down the forehand wall, and you're always stepping up and looking for that cross-court volley nick as a conversion shot.
We saw a lot of those from Nick Wall earlier. He went for 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't help that he couldn't stand up anymore, so he had to go for them.
Yep. It's amazing what lactic acid does to the legs and the mind.
It's great he took himself to those levels. That's what he needed to do. This is a great contest now between these two. Yeah, searching shot from Willstrop.
Right side.
So hard to get down low like that when you're as tall as these two.
Is a very long way. 6'4" in fact.
Sorry, left side. 7-8.
30 minutes we've had so far.
James at this point will be eyeing up, trying to get off quite quickly, making the most of the 2-game lead.
I mean, he'd cut those out, Waller, but he didn't get into position for this volley drop at all. Crucial times, and he started to hit the errors again, Josh.
Yeah, they're just starting to come out. This is where the experience of James will potentially come through. High on that lift, but a fantastic winner there from Waller.
Yeah, he slam dunked it. That is such a difficult shot to hit from high up and that far back.
Just imagine how much higher he would have got if he'd had the James Willstrop Air Jordans on.
The problem is with the development of the Air Jimbos, it actually took the lob out of the game, so you couldn't do that. Match ball for James Willstrop. Well, it's another error from Adrian Waller. I mean, he played that third game so well until he made those 3 errors right at the back end at 8-all. Crucial errors for Adrian Waller. He'll be livid with himself at the back end of that third game. James Willstrop won't be, though. He'll be pleased to have got through. 32 minutes, 3-love win. It's a big result against Adrian Waller. Let's go and hear from the marksman as he gets interrogated by Vanessa.
Jimbo, well played. You haven't lost to Waller before, but I know you don't take much heed of those sort of statistics. Becomes kind of meaningless in a match like that. And we both bore witness to what an incredible player Waller is. Very recently at the European Team Champs, I was wondering if that match against Marsh popped into your head at 2-love up, because he had those ridiculous comebacks in the final as well.
No, I mean, yeah, 100%. Literally at 9-all then, all I was just saying to myself was, he's very good at figuring out these sort of comebacks, and he plays 5-set matches and he wins them, and he was just absolutely brilliant at the Euros. I mean, unbelievable performances. You know, he's played brilliantly in teams for us, actually, world teams in Washington in 2019. So, and he's very unique, very different player. So he's buzzing around the tee and he's wanting to take every volley he can, and it's also such good attack. So yeah, totally ready. And I played those good little areas at the end of the games pretty well.
An incredibly clean match. 2 very tall players on court, but very, very few decisions, which just goes to show that it's not really about that. If you're moving well, moving around each other well, the referee doesn't have too much to do.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, we, a lot of respect, a lot of mutual respect, and I think it helps because you just get on there and play squash. that's what we did tonight. And yeah, it's a funny one because we just haven't played, you know. It's really weird that you play someone, he's like, as you've thankfully told me yesterday, 100 years on the tour, and my England compatriot I've played 4 times, which is crazy really, but it was nice to play him tonight.
And that sets up a semi-final against Mohammed El-Shorbagy. Nice way to possibly close out the season with, you know, a good performance against one of the best players in the world.
What you're laughing at? What, just to turn up or to actually?
That sounded bad. Close out the season. A chance to have a go at one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, no, I played him last week. He drubbed me, and then it's been the Mohammed week. So I'm just hoping that all the talk and all the internet stuff about the England has kindly got to his head, and he's just going to absolutely combust tomorrow night, and just get sick of hearing about it. And I'll try and sneak a win. But yeah, no, I feel like I'm building a bit of speed and in my game and moving well. So I look forward to that.
And you'll need your coach there with you tomorrow. Made all the difference today. Be putting Uncle Camps out of a job very soon.
Yeah, no, it's good. Did well. Good coach.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you, James. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. James Willstrop.
So all credit for that performance goes to Logan Willstrop for coming up with the master plan and coaching his dad to victory. Strong performance by James Willstrop, it has to be said. Adrian Waller making a really good fist of it, starting so well, but there's just a few errors right at the end.
Yeah, so there we have it. James closing it out, 3 games to love. Very mature performance from the 38-year-old. Just coming right at the end of each game really well, finishing strongly.
Well, that last result of the evening, it does set up our semi-finals for tomorrow. El-Shorbagy, Willstrop at the top, mouth-watering that is. And then also Makin and Rooney. I mean, I remember watching Rooney and Makin play at Blackpool, and they had a great 3-2 matchup. So if we can get more of that tomorrow, it's going to be very exciting. So can't wait for those 2 semi-finals here in Manchester, the National Championships. So we're going to be here live at 5:30 for the first women's semi-final. It's going to be Emily Whitlock against Jasmine Hutton. Both of those in fine form. Patrick Rooney against Joel Makin, as I just mentioned. Lucy Beecroft, fine performance today against Julianne Cortese, getting through to play the number 2 seed, Lucy Turmel, who was also very impressive. And then, of course, that huge matchup, Mohammed El-Shorbagy up against James Willstrop. I cannot wait for those matches. Very open, going to be very close, going to be very exciting. Hope you've enjoyed the matches here today. Quarterfinals day at the British National Championships. We'll see you again tomorrow at 5:30. We can't wait for it. We look forward to you joining us. See you then.